Chapter 21 of the Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 21. Upon his return from the office that night, Bryce Cardigan found his father had left his bed and was seated before the library fire. "Feeling a whole lot better today, eh, pal?" his son queried. John Cardigan smiled. "Yes, son," he replied plaintively. "I guess I'll manage to live till next spring." "Oh, I knew there was nothing wrong with you, John Cardigan, that a healthy check wouldn't cure. Pennington rather jolted you, though, didn't he?" "He did, Bryce. It was jolt enough to be forced to sell that quarter. I never expected we'd have to do it, but when I realized that it was a case of sacrificing you or my Giants, of course you won. And I didn't feel so badly about it as I used to think I would. I suppose that's because there is a certain morbid pleasure in a real sacrifice for those we love, and I never doubted but that Pennington would snap up the property the instant I offered to sell. Hence his refusal, in the face of our desperate need for money to carry on until conditions improve, almost floored your old man. Well, we can afford to draw our breath now, and that gives us a fighting chance, partner. And right after dinner you and I will sit down and start brewing a pot of powerful bad medicine for the Colonel." "Son, I've been sitting here simmering all day." There was a note of the old dominant fighting John Cardigan in his voice now. "And it has occurred to me that even if I must sit on the bench and root, I've not reached the point where my years have begun to affect my thinking ability." He touched his leonine head. "I'm as right as a fox upstairs, Bryce." "Right-o, Johnny. We'll buck the line together. After dinner you trot out your plan of campaign and I'll trot out mine, then we'll tear them apart, select the best pieces of each and weld them into a perfect whole." Accordingly, dinner disposed of, father and son sat down together to prepare the plan of campaign. For the space of several minutes a silence settled between them, the while they puffed meditatively upon their cigars. Then the old man spoke. "We'll have to fight 'em in the dark." "Why?" "Because if Pennington knows, or even suspects the identity of the man who is going to parallel his logging railroad, he will throw all the weight of his truly capable mind, his wealth and his ruthlessness against you, and you will be smashed. To beat that man you must do more than spend money. You will have to outthink him, outwork him, outgame him, and when eventually you have won, you'll know you've been in the fight of your career. You have one advantage starting out. The Colonel doesn't think you have the courage to parallel his road in the first place. In the second place, he knows you haven't the money. And in the third place, he is morally certain you cannot borrow it, because you haven't any collateral to secure your note. We are mortgaged now to the limit, and our floating indebtedness is very large. On the face of things, and according to the Colonel's very correct inside information, we're helpless. And unless the lumber market stiffens very materially this year, by the time our hauling contract with Pennington's road expires, we'll be back where we were yesterday before we sold the Giants. Pennington regards that 100,000 as get-away money for us. So, all things considered, the Colonel will be slow to suspect us of having an ace in the hole, but by jinks we have it, and we're going to play it." "No," said Bryce, "we're going to let somebody else play it for us. The point you make, to wit, that we must remain absolutely in the background, is well taken." "Very well," agreed the old man. "Now let us proceed to the next point. You must engage some reliable engineer to look over the proposed route of the road and give us an estimate of the cost of construction. For the sake of argument we will consider that done, and that the estimate comes within the scope of the sum Gregory is willing to advance us. Your third step, then, will be to incorporate a railroad company under the laws of the state of California. I think I'll favor the fair state of New Jersey with our trade, Bryce suggested dryly. I noticed that when Pennington bought out the Henderson interests and reorganized that property, he incorporated the Laguna Grande Lumber Company under the laws of the state of New Jersey, home of the trusts. There must be some advantage connected with such a course. Have it your own way, boy. What's good enough for the Colonel is good enough for us. Now then, you are going to incorporate a company to build a road 12 miles long, and a private road at that. That would be a fatal step. Pennington would know somebody was going to build a logging road, and regardless of who the builders were, he would have to fight them in self-protection. How are you going to cover your trail, my son? Bryce pondered. I will, to begin, have a dummy board of directors. Also, my road cannot be private. It must be a common carrier. And that's where the shoe pinches. Common carriers are subject to the rules and regulations of the Railroad Commission. They are wise and just rules, commented the old man. Expensive to obey at times, but quite necessary. We can obey and still be happy. Objection overruled. Well, then, since we must be a common carrier, we might as well carry our deception still further and incorporate for the purpose of building a road from Sequoia to Grants Pass, Oregon, there to connect with the Southern Pacific. John Cardigan smiled. The old dream revived, huh? Well, the old jokes always bring a hearty laugh. People will laugh at your company, because folks up this way realize that the construction cost of such a road is prohibitive, not to mention the cost of maintenance, which would be tremendous and out of all proportion to the freight area tapped. Well, since we're not going to build more than 12 miles of our road during the next year, and probably not more than 10 miles additional during the present century, we won't worry over it. It doesn't cost a cent more to procure a franchise to build a road from here to the moon. If we fail to build to Grants Pass, our franchise to build the uncompleted portion of the road merely lapses, and we hold only that portion which we have constructed. That's all we want to hold. How about rights of way? They will cost us very little, if anything. Most of the landowners along the proposed route will give us rights of way free gratis and for nothing, just to encourage the lunatics. Without a railroad, the land is valueless, and as a common carrier, they know we can condemn rights of way capriciously withheld, something we cannot do as a private road. Moreover, deeds to rights of way can be drawn with a time limit, after which they revert to the original owners. Good strategy, my son. And certainly, as a common carrier, we will be welcomed by the farmers and cattlemen along our short line. We can handle their freight without much annoyance and perhaps at a slight profit. Well, that about completes the rough outline of our plan. The next thing to do is to start and keep right on moving. For as old Omar has it, the bird of time hath but a little way to flutter, and the birdshot is catching up with him. We have a year in which to build our road. If we do not hurry, the mill will have to shut down for lack of logs when our contract with Pennington expires. You forget the manager for our new corporation, the vice president and general manager. The man we engage must be the fastest and most convincing talker in California. Not only must he be able to tell a lie with a straight face, but he must be able to believe his own lies. And he must talk in millions, look millions, and act as if $1,000,000 were equivalent in value to a redwood stump. In addition, he must be a man of real ability and a person you can trust implicitly. I have the very man you mention. His name is Buck Ogilvy, and only this very day I received a letter from him begging me for a small loan. I have Buck on ice in a fifth-class San Francisco hotel." "Tell me about him, Bryce." "Don't have to. You've just told me about him. However, I'll read you his letter. I claim there is more character in a letter than in a face." Here Bryce read aloud: "Golden Gate Hotel, rooms 50 cents and up, San Francisco, California, August 15th, 1916. My dear Cardigan: Hark to the voice of one crying in the wilderness. Then picture to yourself the unlovely spectacle of a strong man crying. Let us assume that you have duly considered. Now wind up your wrist and send me a rectangular piece of white, blue, green, or pink paper bearing in the lower right-hand corner, in your clear, bold chirography, the magic words 'Bryce Cardigan,' with the little up and down hook and flourish which identifies your signature given in your serious moods and lends value to otherwise worthless paper. $5 would make me chirk up. 10 would start a slight smile. 20 would put a beam in mine eye. 50 would cause me to utter shrill cries of unadulterated joys, and 100 would inspire me to actions like unto those of a whirling dervish. I am so flat busted, my arches make hollow sounds as I tread the hard pavements of a great city seeking a job. Pausing on the brink of despair, that destiny which shapes our ends inspired me to think of old times and happier days, and particularly of that pink and white midget of a girl who tended the soda fountain just back of the railroad station at Princeton. You stole that damsel from me, and I never thanked you. Then I remembered you were a timber king with a kind heart and that you lived somewhere in California. So I looked in the telephone book and found the address of the San Francisco office of the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company. You have a mean man in charge there. I called on him, told him I was an old college pal of yours, and tried to borrow $1. He spurned me with contumely. So much of it, in fact, that I imagine you have a number of such friends. While he was abusing me, I stole from his desk the stamped envelope which bears to you these tidings of great woe, and while awaiting your reply, be advised that I subsist on the bitter cud of reflection, fresh air, and water, all of which, thank God, cost nothing. My tale is soon told. When you knew me last, I was a prosperous young contractor. Alas, I put all my eggs in one basket and produced an omelet. Took a contract to build a railroad in Honduras. Honduras got to fighting with Nicaragua. The government I had done business with went out of business, and the Nicaraguan army recruited all my laborers and mounted them on my mules and horses, swiped all my grub, and told me to go home. I went. Why stay? Moreover, I had an incentive consisting of about an inch of bayonet, fortunately not applied in a vital spot, which accelerated rather than decreased my speed. Hurry, my dear Cardigan. Tempest fidgets, remember Moriarty, which, if you still remember your Latin, means time flies, remember tomorrow. I finished eating my overcoat the day before yesterday. Make it 100, and God will bless you. When I get it, I'll come to Sequoia and kiss you. I'll pay you back sometime, of course. Wistfully thine, Buck Ogilvy. P.S. Delays are dangerous, and procrastination is the thief of time. B. John Cardigan chuckled. I'd take Buck Ogilvy, Bryce. He'll do. Is he honest? I don't know. He was the last time I saw him. Then wire him 100. Don't wait for the mail. The steamer that carries your letter might be wrecked and your friend Ogilvy forced to steal. I have already wired him the 100. In all probability he is now out whirling like a dervish." "Good boy! Well, I think we've planned sufficient for the present, Bryce. You'd better leave for San Francisco tomorrow and close your deal with Gregory. Arrange with him to leave his own representative with Ogilvy to keep tab on the job, check the bills, and pay them as they fall due. And above all things, insist that Gregory shall place the money in a San Francisco bank, subject to the joint check of his representative and ours. Hire a good lawyer to draw up the agreement between you. Be sure you're right, and then go ahead, full speed. When you return to Sequoia, I'll have a few more points to give you. I'll mull them over in the meantime." End of chapter 21. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 22 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 22. When Bryce Cardigan walked down the gangplank at the steamship dock in San Francisco, the first face he saw among the waiting crowd was Buck Ogilvy's. Mr. Ogilvy wore his overcoat and a joyous smile, proving that in so far as he was concerned all was well with the world. He pressed forward and thrust forth a great speckled paw for Bryce to shake. Bryce ignored it. "Why, don't you remember me?" Ogilvy demanded. "I'm Buck Ogilvy." Bryce looked him fairly in the eye and favored him with a lightning wink. "I've never heard of you, Mr. Ogilvy. You're mistaking me for someone else." "Sorry," Ogilvy murmured. "My mistake. Thought you were Bill Kerrick, who used to be a partner of mine. I'm expecting him on this boat, and he's the speaking image of you." Bryce nodded and passed on, hailed a taxicab, and was driven to the San Francisco office of his company. 5 minutes later the door opened and Buck Ogilvy entered. "I was a bit puzzled at the dock, Bryce," he explained as they shook hands, "but decided to play safe and then follow you to your office. What's up? Have you killed somebody, and are the detectives on your trail? If so, fess up and I'll assume the responsibility for your crime, just to show you how grateful I am for that 100. "No, I wasn't being shadowed, Buck, but my principal enemy was coming down the gangplank right behind me, and—" "So was my principal enemy," Ogilvy interrupted. "What does our enemy look like?" "Like ready money. And if he had seen me shaking hands with you, he'd have suspected a connection between us later on. Buck, you have a good job, about 500 a month." "Thanks, old man. I'd work for you for nothing. What are we going to do?" "Build 12 miles of logging railroad and parallel the line of the old wolf I spoke of a moment ago." "Good news. We'll do it. How soon do you want it done?" "As soon as possible. You're the vice president and general manager." "I accept the nomination. What do I do first?" "Listen carefully to my story, analyze my plan for possible weak spots, and then get busy. Because after I have provided the funds and given the word go, the rest is up to you. I must not be known in the transaction at all, because that would be fatal. And I miss my guess if, once we start building or advertising the building of the road, you and I and everybody connected with the enterprise will not be shadowed day and night by an army of Pinkertons." "I listen," said Buck Ogilvy, and he inclined a large speckled ear in Bryce's direction, the while his large speckled hand drew a scratch pad toward him. 3 hours later Ogilvy was in possession of the most minute details of the situation in Sequoia, had tabulated, indexed, and cross-indexed them in his ingenious brain, and was ready for business, and so announced himself. "And inasmuch as that 100 you sent me has been pretty well shattered," he concluded, Suppose you call in your cold-hearted manager who refused me alms on your credit, and give him orders to honor my sight drafts. If I'm to light in Sequoia looking like ready money, I've got to have some high-class, tailor-made clothes, and a shine and a shave and a shampoo and a trunk and a private secretary. If there was a railroad running into Sequoia, I'd insist on a private car." This final detail having been attended to, Mr. Ogilvy promptly proceeded to forget business and launched forth into a recital of his manifold adventures since leaving Princeton; and when at length all of their classmates had been accounted for, and listed as dead, married, prosperous, or pauperized, the amiable and highly entertaining Buck took his departure with the announcement that he would look around a little and try to buy some good second-hand grading equipment and a locomotive, in addition to casting an eye over the labor situation and sending a few wires east for the purpose of sounding the market on steel rails. Always an enthusiast in all things, in his mind's eye Mr. Ogilvy could already see a long trainload of logs coming down the Northern California and Oregon Railroad, as he and Bryce had decided to christen the venture. "N.C.&O.," Mr. Ogilvy murmured. "Sounds brisk and snappy. I like it. Hope that old Hunks Pennington likes it, too. He'll probably feel that N.C.&O. stands for Northern California Outrage." When Bryce Cardigan returned to Sequoia, his labors, in so far as the building of the road were concerned, had been completed. His agreement with Gregory of the Trinidad Redwood Timber Company had been signed, sealed, and delivered. The money to build the road had been deposited in bank, and Buck Ogilvy was already spending it like a drunken sailor. From now on Bryce could only watch, wait, and pray. On the next steamer a surveying party with complete camping equipment arrived in Sequoia, purchased a wagon and 2 horses, piled their dunnage into the wagon, and disappeared up country. Hard on their heels came Mr. Buck Ogilvy, and occupied the bridal suite in the Hotel Sequoia, arrangements for which had previously been made by wire. In the sitting room of the suite Mr. Ogilvy installed a new desk, a filing cabinet, and a brisk young male secretary. He had been in town less than an hour when the editor of the Sequoia Sentinel sent up his card. The announcement of the incorporation of the Northern California Outrage, for so had Mr. Ogilvy, in huge enjoyment of the misery he was about to create, dubbed the road, had previously been flashed to the Sentinel by the United Press Association as a local feature story, and already speculation was rife in Sequoia as to the identity of the hair-brained individuals who dared to back an enterprise as nebulous as the millennium. Mr. Ogilvy was expecting the visit, in fact impatiently awaiting it, and since the easiest thing he did was to speak for publication, naturally the editor of the Sentinel got a story which, to that individual's simple soul, seemed to warrant a 7-column head, which it received. Having boned up on the literature of the Redwood Manufacturers Association, what Buck Ogilvy didn't know about redwood timber, redwood lumber, the remaining redwood acreage and market conditions, past and present, might have been secreted in the editorial eye without seriously hampering the editorial sight. He stated that the capital behind the project was foreign, that he believed in the success of the project, and that his entire fortune was dependent upon the completion of it. In glowing terms he spoke of the billions of tons of timber products to be hauled out of this wonderfully fertile and little-known country, and confidently predicted for the county a future commercial supremacy that would be simply staggering to contemplate. When Colonel Seth Pennington read this outburst he smiled. "That's a bright scheme on the part of that Trinidad Redwood Timber Company gang to start a railroad excitement and unload their white elephant," he declared. "A scheme like that stuck them with their timber, and I suppose they figure there's a sucker born every minute, and that the same old gag might work again. Chances are they have a prospect in tow already." When Bryce Cardigan read it, he laughed. The interview was so like Buck Ogilvy. In the morning the latter's automobile was brought up from the steamship dock, and accompanied by his secretary, Mr. Ogilvy disappeared into the north, following the bright new stakes of his surveying gang, and for 3 weeks was seen no more. As for Bryce Cardigan, that young man buckled down to business, and whenever questioned about the new railroad was careful to hoot at the idea. On a day when Bryce's mind happened to be occupied with thoughts of Shirley Sumner, he bumped into her on the main street of Sequoia, and to her great relief but profound surprise, he paused in his tracks, lifted his hat, smiled, and opened his mouth to say something, thought better of it, changed his mind, and continued on about his business. As Shirley passed him, she looked him squarely in the face, and in her glance there was neither coldness nor malice. Bryce felt himself afire from heels to hair one instant, and cold and clammy the next, for Shirley spoke to him. "Good morning, Mr. Cardigan." He paused, turned, and approached her. "Good morning, Shirley," he replied. "How have you been?" "I might have been dead, for all the interest you took in me," she replied sharply. "As matters stand, I'm exceedingly well, thank you. By the way, are you still belligerent?" He nodded. "I have to be." "Still peeved at my uncle?" Again he nodded. "I think you're a great big grouch, Bryce Cardigan," she flared at him suddenly. "You make me unutterably weary." "I'm sorry," he answered, "but just at present I am forced to subject you to the strain. Say a year from now, when things are different with me, I'll strive not to offend." "I'll not be here a year from now," she warned him. He bowed. "Then I'll go wherever you are, and bring you back." And with a mocking little grin, he lifted his hat and passed on. Chapter 23. Of the Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Valley of the Giants, by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 23. Though Buck Ogilvy was gone from Sequoia for a period of 3 weeks, he was by no means forgotten. His secretary proved to be an industrious press agent who, by mail, telegraph, and long distance telephone, managed daily to keep the editor of the Sequoia Sentinel fully apprised of all the developments in the matter of the Northern California Oregon Railroad Company, including some that had not as yet developed. The result was copious and persistent publicity for the new railroad company, and the arousing in the public mind of a genuine interest in this railroad which was to do so much for the town of Sequoia. Colonel Seth Pennington was among those who, skeptical at first and inclined to ridicule the project into an early grave, eventually found himself swayed by the publicity and gradually coerced into serious consideration of the results attendant upon the building of the road. The Colonel was naturally as suspicious as a rattlesnake in August, hence he had no sooner emerged from the ranks of the frank scoffers than his alert mind framed the question: "How is this new road, improbable as I know it to be, going to affect the interests of the Laguna Grande Lumber Company, if the unexpected should happen and those bunco steerers should actually build a road from Sequoia to Grant's Pass, Oregon, and thus construct a feeder to a transcontinental line?" 5 minutes of serious reflection sufficed to bring the Colonel to the verge of panic, notwithstanding the fact that he was ashamed of himself for yielding to fright despite his firm belief that there was no reason why he should be frightened. Similar considerations occur to a small boy who was walking home in the dark past a cemetery. The vital aspects of his predicament dawned on the Colonel one night at dinner, midway between the soup and the fish. So forcibly did they occur to him, in fact, that for the nonce he forgot that his niece was seated opposite him. "Confound them!" the Colonel murmured distinctly. "I must look into this immediately." "Look into what, uncle dear?" Shirley asked innocently. "This new railroad that man Ogilvy talks of building. Which means, Shirley, that with Sequoia at his starting point, he is going to build 150 miles north to connect with the main line of the Southern Pacific, in Oregon." "But wouldn't that be the finest thing that could possibly happen to Humboldt County?" she demanded of him. "Undoubtedly it would, to Humboldt County. But to the Laguna Grande Lumber Company, in which you have something more than a sentimental interest, my dear, it would be a blow. A large part of the estate left by your father is invested in Laguna Grande stock, and as you know, all of my efforts are devoted to appreciating that stock and to fighting against anything that has a tendency to depreciate it." "Which reminds me, Uncle Seth, that you never discuss with me any of the matters pertaining to my business interests," she suggested. He beamed upon her with his patronizing and indulgent smile. "There is no reason why you should puzzle that pretty head of yours with business affairs while I am alive and on the job," he answered. "However, since you have expressed a desire to have this railroad situation explained to you, I will do so. I am not interested in seeing a feeder built from Sequoia north to Grant's Pass and connecting with the Southern Pacific. But I am tremendously interested in seeing a feeder built south from Sequoia toward San Francisco to connect with the Northwestern Pacific." "Why?" "For cold, calculating business reasons, my dear." He hesitated a moment and then resumed: "A few months ago I would not have told you the things I'm about to tell you, Shirley, for the reason that a few months ago it seemed to me you were destined to become rather friendly with young Cardigan. When that fellow desires to be agreeable, he can be rather a likely boy, lovable even. You are both young. With young people who have many things in common and are thrown together in a community like Sequoia, a lively friendship may develop into an ardent love, and it has been my experience that ardent love not infrequently leads to the altar." Shirley blushed, and her uncle chuckled good-naturedly. "Fortunately," he continued, "Bryce Cardigan had the misfortune to show himself to you in his true colors, and you had the good sense to dismiss him. Consequently, I see no reason why I should not explain to you now what I considered it the part of wisdom to withhold from you at that time, provided, of course, that all this does not bore you to extinction." "Do go on, Uncle Seth. I'm tremendously interested," averred Shirley. "Shortly after I launched the Laguna Grande Lumber Company, in which, as your guardian and executor of your father's estate, I deemed it wise to invest part of your inheritance, I found myself forced to seek further for sound investments for your surplus funds. Now, good timber, bought cheap, inevitably will be sold dear. At least, such has been my observation during a quarter of a century, and old John Cardigan had some 20,000 acres of the finest redwood timber in the state, timber which had cost him an average price of less than 50 cents per thousand. Well, in this instance the old man had overreached himself, and finding it necessary to increase his working capital, he incorporated his holdings into the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company and floated a bond issue of $1 million. They were 20-year, 6% certificates. The security was ample, and I invested for you $300,000 in Cardigan bonds. I bought them at 80, and they were worth 200. At least they would have been worth 200 under my management." "How did you manage to buy them so cheap?" she interrupted. "Old Cardigan had had a long run of bad luck, due to bad management and bad judgment, my dear, and when a corporation is bonded, the bondholders have access to its financial statements. From time to time I discovered bondholders who needed money and hence unloaded at a sacrifice. But by far the majority of the bonds I purchased for your account were owned by local people who had lost confidence in John Cardigan and the future of the redwood lumber industry hereabouts. You understand, do you not?" "I do not understand what all this has to do with a railroad." "Very well, I shall proceed to explain." He held up his index finger. "Item 1. For years old John Cardigan has rendered valueless, because inaccessible, 2,500 acres of Laguna Grande timber on Squaw Creek. His absurd Valley of the Giants blocks the outlet, and of course he persisted in refusing me a right of way through that little dab of timber in order to discourage me and force me to sell him that Squaw Creek timber at his price." "Yes," Shirley agreed. "I dare say that was his object. Was it reprehensible of him, Uncle Seth?" "Not a bit, my dear. He was simply playing the cold game of business. I would have done the same thing to Cardigan had the situation been reversed. We played a game together, and I admit that he won, fairly and squarely." "Then why is it that you feel such resentment against him?" "Oh, I don't resent the old fool, Shirley. He merely annoys me. I suppose I feel a certain natural chagrin at having been beaten, and in consequence cherish an equally natural desire to pay the old schemer back in his own coin. Under the rules as we play the game, such action on my part is perfectly permissible, is it not?" "Yes," she agreed frankly. "I think it is, Uncle Seth. Certainly, if he blocked you and rendered your timber valueless, there is no reason why, if you have the opportunity, you should not block him and render his timber valueless." The Colonel banged the table with his fist so heartily that the silver fairly leaped. "Spoken like a man," he declared. "I have the opportunity and am proceeding to impress the Cardigans with the truth of the old saying that every dog must have his day. When Cardigan's contract with our road for the hauling of his logs expires by limitation next year, I am not going to renew it, at least not until I have forced him to make me the concessions I desire, and certainly not at the present ruinous freight rate." "Then," said Shirley eagerly, "if you got a right of way through his Valley of the Giants, you would renew the contract he has with you for the hauling of his logs, would you not?" "I would have, before young Cardigan raised such Hades that day in the logging camp, before old Cardigan sold his Valley of the Giants to another burglar, and before I had gathered indubitable evidence that neither of the Cardigans knows enough about managing a sawmill and selling lumber to guarantee a reasonable profit on the capital they have invested and still pay the interest on their bonded and floating indebtedness. Shirley, I bought those Cardigan bonds for you because I thought old Cardigan knew his business and would make the bonds valuable, make them worth par. Instead, the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company is tottering on the verge of bankruptcy. The bonds I purchased for you are now worth less than I paid for them, and by next year the Cardigans will default on the interest. So I'm going to sit tight and decline to have any more business dealings with the Cardigans. When their hauling contract expires, I shall not renew it under any circumstances. That will prevent them from getting logs, and so they will automatically go out of the lumber business and into the hands of a receiver. And since you are the largest individual stockholder, I, representing you and a number of minor bondholders, will dominate the executive committee of the bondholders when they meet to consider what shall be done when the Cardigans default on their interest and the payment due the sinking fund. I shall then have myself appointed receiver for the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company, investigate its affairs thoroughly, and see for myself whether or no there is a possibility of working it out of the jam it is in and saving you a loss on your bonds. I must pursue this course, my dear, in justice to you and the other bondholders. If, on the other hand, I find the situation hopeless, or conclude that a period of several years must ensue before the Cardigans work out of debt, I shall recommend to the bank which holds the deed of trust and acts as trustee that the property be sold at public auction to the highest bidder to reimburse the bondholders. Of course, he hastened to add, if the property sells for more than the corporation owes, such excess will then in due course be turned over to the Cardigans. Is it likely to sell at a price in excess of the indebtedness? Shirley queried anxiously. It is possible, but scarcely probable, he answered dryly. I have in mind, under those circumstances, bidding the property in for the Laguna Grande Lumber Company and merging it with our holdings, paying part of the purchase price of the Cardigan property in Cardigan bonds and the remainder in cash. But what will the Cardigans do then, Uncle Seth? Well, long before the necessity for such a contingency arises, the old man will have been gathered to the bosom of Abraham, and after the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company has ceased to exist, young Cardigan can go to work for a living. Would you give him employment, Uncle Seth? I would not. Do you think I'm crazy, Shirley? Remember, my dear, there is no sentiment in business. If there was, we wouldn't have any business. I think I understand, Uncle Seth, with the exception of what effect the building of the N.C.O. has upon your plans. Item 2, he challenged, and ticked it off on his middle finger. The Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company owns 2 fine bodies of redwood timber widely separated. One to the south of Sequoia in the San Hedrin watershed, and at present practically valueless because inaccessible, and the other to the north of Sequoia, immediately adjoining our holdings in Township 9, and valuable because of its accessibility. He paused a moment and looked at her smilingly. The logging railroad of our corporation, the Laguna Grande Lumber Company, makes it accessible. Now, while the building of the N.C.O. would be a grand thing for the county in general, we can get along without it because it doesn't help us out particularly. We already have a railroad running from our timber to Tidewater, and we can reach the markets of the world with our ships. I think I understand, Uncle Seth. When Cardigan's hauling contract with our road expires, his timber in Township 9 will depreciate in value because it will no longer be accessible, while our timber, being still accessible, retains its value. Exactly. And to be perfectly frank with you, Shirley, I do not want Cardigan's timber in Township 9 given back its value through accessibility provided by the N.C.O. If that road is not built, Cardigan's timber in Township 9 will be valuable to us, but not to another living soul. Moreover, the Trinidad Redwood Timber Company has a raft of fine timber still farther north and adjoining the holdings of our company and Cardigan's. And if this infernal N.C.O. isn't built, we'll be enabled to buy that Trinidad timber pretty cheap one of these bright days, too. All of which appears to me to constitute sound business logic, Uncle Seth. He nodded. Item 3, he continued, and ticked it off on his third finger. I want to see the feeder for a transcontinental line built into Sequoia from the south, for the reason that it will tap the Cardigan holdings in the San Hedrin watershed and give a tremendous value to timber which at the present time is rather a negative asset. Consequently, I would prefer to have that value created after Cardigan's San Hedrin timber has been merged with the assets of the Laguna Grande Lumber Company. And so... I must investigate this N.C.O. outfit and block it if possible, and it should be possible."
"How, for instance?"
"I haven't considered the means, my dear. Those come later. For the present I am convinced that the N.C.O. is a corporate joke, sprung on the dear public by the Trinidad Redwood Timber Company to get the said dear public excited, create a real estate boom, and boost timber values. Before the boom collapses, a condition which will follow the collapse of the N.C.O., the Trinidad people hope to sell their holdings and get from under."
"Really," said Shirley demurely, "the more I see of business, the more fascinating I find it."
"Shirley, it's the grandest game in the world."
"And yet," she added musingly, "old Mr. Cardigan is so blind and helpless."
"They'll be saying that about me some day, if I live to be as old as John Cardigan."
"Nevertheless, I feel sorry for him, Uncle Seth."
"Well, if you'll continue to waste your sympathy on him rather than on his son, I'll not object," he retorted laughingly.
"Oh, Bryce Cardigan is able to take care of himself."
"Yes, and mean enough."
"He saved our lives, Uncle Seth."
"He had to, in order to save his own. Don't forget that, my dear."
Carefully he dissected a sand dab and removed the backbone.
"I'd give a ripe peach to learn the identity of the scheming Badinsky who bought old Cardigan's Valley of the Giants," he said presently. "I'll be hanged if that doesn't complicate matters a little."
"You should have bought it when the opportunity offered," she reminded him. "You could have had it then for $50,000 less than you would have paid for it a year ago, and I'm sure that should have been sufficient indication to you that the game you and the Cardigans had been playing so long had come to an end. He was beaten and acknowledged it, and I think you might have been a little more generous to your fallen enemy, Uncle Seth."
"I dare say," he admitted lightly. "However, I wasn't, and now I'm going to be punished for it, my dear. So don't roast me any more. By the way, that speckled hot air fellow Ogilvy, who was promoting the Northern California Oregon Railroad, is back in town again. Somehow I haven't much confidence in that fellow. I think I'll wire the San Francisco office to look him up in Dun and Bradstreet's. Folks up this way are taking too much for granted on that fellow's mere say-so, but I for one intend to delve for facts, particularly with regard to the N.C.O. bankroll and Ogilvy's associates. I'll sleep a whole lot more soundly tonight if I knew the answer to two very important questions."
"What are they, Uncle Seth?"
"Well, I'd like to know whether the N.C.O. is genuine or a screen to hide the operations of the Trinidad Redwood Timber Company."
"It might," said Shirley, with one of those sudden flashes of intuition peculiar to women, "be a screen to hide the operations of Bryce Cardigan. Now that he knows you aren't going to renew his hauling contract, he may have decided to build his own logging railroad." After a pause, the Colonel made answer:
"No, I have no fear of that. It would cost $500,000 to build that 12-mile line and bridge Mad River, and the Cardigans haven't got that amount of money. What's more, they can't get it."
"But suppose," she persisted, "that the real builder of the road should prove to be Bryce Cardigan after all. What would you do?" Colonel Pennington's eyes twinkled.
"I greatly fear, my dear, that I should make noise like something doing."
"Suppose you lost the battle?"
"In that event the Laguna Grande Lumber Company wouldn't be any worse off than it is at present. The principal loser, as I view the situation, would be Miss Shirley Sumner, who has the misfortune to be loaded up with Cardigan bonds. And as for Bryce Cardigan, well, that young man would certainly know he'd been through a fight."
"I wonder if he'll fight to the last, Uncle Seth."
"Why, I believe he will. Pennington replied soberly.
I'd love to see you beat him. Shirley! Why, my dear, you're growing ferocious.
Her uncle's tones were laden with banter, but his countenance could not conceal the pleasure her last remark had given him.
Why not? I have something at stake, have I not?
Then you really want me to smash him? The Colonel's voice proclaimed his incredulity.
You got me into this fight by buying Cardigan bonds for me, she replied meaningly, and I look to you to save the investment, or as much of it as possible, for certainly, if it should develop that the Cardigans are the real promoters of the N.C.O., to permit them to go another $500,000 into debt in a forlorn hope of saving a company already top-heavy with indebtedness wouldn't savor of common business sense, would it?
The Colonel rose hastily, came around the table, and kissed her paternally.
My dear, he murmured, you're such a comfort to me. Upon my word, you are. I'm so glad you have explained the situation to me, Uncle Seth.
I would have explained it long ago had I not cherished a sneaking suspicion that, that despite everything, young Cardigan might, influence you against your better judgment and, mine.
You silly man.
He shrugged. One must figure every angle of a possible situation, my dear, and I should hesitate to start something with the Cardigans and have you, because of foolish sentiment, call off my dogs. Shirley thrust out her adorable chin aggressively.
Sick 'em, Tige, she answered. Shake 'em up, boy.
You bet I'll shake 'em up, the Colonel declared joyously. He paused with a morsel of food on his fork and waved the fork at her aggressively. You stimulate me into activity, Shirley. My mind has been singularly dull of late. I have worried unnecessarily, but now that I know you are with me, I'm inspired. I'll tell you how we'll fix this new railroad, if it exhibits signs of being dangerous. Again he smote the table. We'll sew 'em up tighter than a new buttonhole.
Do tell me how, she pleaded eagerly.
I'll block them on their franchise to run over the city streets of Sequoia.
How?
By making the mayor and the city council see things my way, he answered dryly. Furthermore, in order to enter Sequoia, the N.C.O. will have to cross the tracks of the Laguna Grande Lumber Company's line on Water Street, make a jump crossing, and I'll enjoin them and hold them up in the courts till the cows come home.
Uncle Seth, you're a wizard.
Well, at least I'm no slouch at looking after my own interests. And yours, Shirley. In the midst of peace we should be prepared for war. You've met Mayor Poundstone and his lady, haven't you?
I had tea at her house last week.
Good news. Suppose you invite her and Poundstone here for dinner some night this week. Just a quiet little family dinner, Shirley, and after dinner you can take Mrs. Poundstone upstairs, on some pretext or other, while I sound Poundstone out on his attitude toward the N.C.O. They haven't asked for a franchise yet, at least the Sentinel hasn't printed a word about it. But when they do, of course the franchise will be advertised for sale to the highest bidder. Naturally, I don't want to bid against them. They might run the price up on me and leave me with a franchise on my hands, something I do not want, because I have no use for the blamed thing myself. I feel certain, however, I can find some less expensive means of keeping them out of it, say by convincing Poundstone and a majority of the city council that the N.C.O. is not such a public asset as its promoters claim for it. Hence, I think it wise to sound the situation out in advance, don't you, my dear? She nodded.
I shall attend to the matter, Uncle Seth.
5 minutes after dinner was over, Shirley joined her uncle in the library and announced that His Honor, the Mayor, and Mrs. Poundstone would be delighted to dine with them on the following Thursday night. End of chapter 23. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 24 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 24. To return to Bryce Cardigan. Having completed his preliminary plans to build the N.C.O., Bryce had returned to Sequoia, prepared to sit quietly on the sidelines and watch his peppery henchman Buck Ogilvy go into action. The more Bryce considered that young man's fitness for the position he occupied, the more satisfied did he become with his decision. While he had not been in touch with Ogilvy for several years, he had known him intimately at Princeton. In his last year at college, Ogilvy's father, a well-known railroad magnate, had come a disastrous cropper in the stock market, thus throwing Buck upon his own resources and cutting short his college career, which was probably the very best thing that could happen to his father's son. For a brief period, perhaps 5 minutes, Buck had staggered under the blow. Then his tremendous optimism had asserted itself, and while he packed his trunk, he had planned for the future. As to how that future had developed, the reader will have gleaned some slight idea from the information imparted in his letter to Bryce Cardigan, already quoted. In a word, Mr. Ogilvy had had his ups and downs. Ogilvy's return to Sequoia following his 3 weeks' tour in search of rights of way for the N.C.O. was heralded by a visit from him to Bryce Cardigan at the latter's office. As he breasted the counter in the general office, Moira McTavish left her desk and came over to see what the visitor desired. "I should like to see Mr. Bryce Cardigan," Buck began in crisp, businesslike accents. He was fumbling in his card case and did not look up until about to hand his card to Moira, when his mouth flew half open, the while he stared at her with consummate frankness. The girl's glance met his momentarily, then was lowered modestly. She took the card and carried it to Bryce. Bryce grunted. "That noisy fellow Ogilvy, huh?" "His clothes are simply wonderful, and so is his voice. He's very refined. But he's carroty red and has freckled hands, Mr. Bryce." Bryce rose and sauntered into the general office. "Mr. Bryce Cardigan?" Buck queried politely, with an interrogative lift of his blond eyebrows. "At your service, Mr. Ogilvy. Please come in." "Thank you so much, sir." He followed Bryce to the latter's private office, closed the door carefully behind him, and stood with his broad back against it. "Buck, are you losing your mind?" Bryce demanded. "Losing it? I should say not. I've just lost it." "I believe you. If you were quite sane, you wouldn't run the risk of being seen entering my office." "Tut, tut, old dear, none of that. Am I not the mainspring of the Northern California Oregon Railroad, and privileged to run the destinies of that soulless corporation as I see fit?" He sat down, crossed his long legs, and jerked a speckled thumb toward the outer office. "I was sane when I came in here, but the eyes of the girl outside, oh, yow, them eyes! I must be introduced to her. And you're scolding me for coming around here in broad daylight. Why, you duffer, if I come at night, d'you s'pose I'd have met her? Be sensible." "You like Moira's eyes, huh?" "I've never seen anything like them. Zounds, I'm afire. I have little prickly sensations, like ants running over me. How can you be insensate enough to descend to labor with an houri like that around? Oh, man! To think of an angel like that working! To think of a brute like you making her work!" Love at first sight, huh, Buck? I don't know what it is, but it's nice. Who is she?" "She's Moira McTavish, and you're not to make love to her. Understand? I can't have you snooping around this office after today." Mr. Ogilvy's eyes popped with interest. "Oh," he breathed. "You have an eye to the main chance yourself, have you? Have you proposed to the lady as yet?" "No, you idiot." "Then I'll match you for her, or rather for the chance to propose first." Buck produced $1 and spun it in the air. "Nothing doing, Buck. Spare yourself these agonizing suspicions. The fact of the matter is that you gave me a wonderful inspiration. I've always been afraid Moira would fall in love with some ordinary fellow around Sequoia. Propinquity, you know." "You bet. Propinquity's the stuff. I'll stick around." "And I've been on the lookout for a fine man to marry her off to. She's too wonderful for you, Buck, but in time you might learn to live up to her." "Duck! I'm liable to kiss you." "Don't be too precipitate. Her father used to be our woods boss. I fired him for boozing." "I wouldn't care two hoots if her dad was old Nick himself. I'm going to marry her, if she'll have me. Ah, the glorious creature!" He waved his long arms despairingly. "Oh, Lord, send me a cure for freckles. Bryce, you'll speak a kind word for me, won't you? Sort of boom my stock, huh? Be a good fellow." "Certainly. Now come down to earth and render a report on your stewardship." "I'll try. To begin, I've secured rights of way, at a total cost of $12,103.09, from the city limits of Sequoia to the southern boundary of your timber in Township 9. I've got my line surveyed, and so far as the building of the road is concerned, I know exactly what I'm going to do, and how and when I'm going to do it, once I get my material on the ground." "What steps have you taken toward securing your material?" "Well, I can close a favorable contract for steel rails with the Colorado Steel Products Company. Their schedule of deliveries is okay as far as San Francisco, but it's up to you to provide water transportation from there to Sequoia." "We can handle the rails on our steam schooners. Next?" "I have an option of a rattling good second-hand locomotive down at the Santa Fe shops, and the Hawkins and Barnes Construction Company have offered me a steam shovel, half a dozen flat cars, and a lot of Fresnos and scrapers at ruinous prices. This equipment is pretty well worn, and they want to get rid of it before buying new stuff for their contract to build the Arizona and Sonora Central. However, it is first-rate equipment for us, because it will last until we're through with it. Then we can scrap it for junk. We can buy or rent teams from local citizens and get half of our labor locally. San Francisco employment bureaus will readily supply the remainder, and I have half a dozen fine boys on tap to boss the steam shovel, pile driver, bridge building gang, track layer, and a construction gang. And as soon as you tell me how I'm to get my material ashore and out on the job, I'll order it and get busy." "That's exactly where the shoe begins to pinch. Pennington's main line tracks enter the city along Water Street, with one spur into his log dump and another out on his mill dock. From the main line tracks we also have built a spur through our drying yard out to our log dump and a switch line out to our mill dock. We can unload our locomotive, steam shovel, and flat cars on our own wharf, but unless Pennington gives us permission to use his main line tracks out to a point beyond the city limits, where a Y will lead off to the point where our construction begins, we're up a stump." "Suppose he refuses, Bryce? What then?" "Why, we'll simply have to enter the city down Front Street, paralleling Pennington's tracks on Water Street, turning down B Street, make a jump crossing of Pennington's line on Water Street, and connecting with the spur into our yard. Can't we have an elbow turn at Front and B Streets? Don't have to. We own a square block on that corner, and we'll build across it, making a gradual turn. See here, my son, Buck said solemnly. Is this your first adventure in railroad building? Bryce nodded. I thought so. Otherwise, you wouldn't talk so confidently of running your line over city streets and making jump crossings on your competitor's road. If your competitor regards you as a menace to his pocketbook, he can give you a nice little run for your money and delay you indefinitely. I realize that, Buck. That's why I'm not appearing in this railroad deal at all. If Pennington suspected I was back of it, he'd fight me before the city council and move heaven and earth to keep me out of a franchise to use the city streets and cross his line. Of course, since his main line runs on city property, under a franchise granted by the city has a perfect right to grant me the privilege of making a jump crossing of his line. Will they do it? That's the problem. If they will not, you're licked, my son, and I'm out of a job. We can sue and condemn a right of way. Yes, but if the city council puts up a plea that it is against the best interests of the city to grant the franchise, you'll find that except in most extraordinary cases, the courts regard it as against public policy to give judgment against a municipality, the state, or the government of the United States. At any rate, they'll hang you up in the courts till you die of old age, and as I understand the matter, you have to have this line running in less than a year, or go out of business. Bryce hung his head thoughtfully. I've been too cocksure, he muttered presently. I shouldn't have spent that $12,000 for rights of way until I had settled the matter of the franchise. Oh, I didn't buy any rights of way yet, Ogilvy hastened to assure him. I've only signed the landowners up on an agreement to give or sell me a right of way at the stipulated figures any time within 1 year from date. The cost of the surveying gang and my salary and expenses are all that you're out to date. Buck, you're a wonder. Not at all. I've merely been through all this before and have profited by my experience. Now then, to get back to our muttons. Will the city council grant you a franchise to enter the city and jump Pennington's tracks? I'm sure I don't know, Buck. You'll have to ask them. Sound them out. The city council meets Saturday morning. They'll meet this evening, in the private dining room of the Hotel Sequoia, if I can arrange it, Buck Ogilvy declared emphatically. I'm going to have them all up for dinner and talk the matter over. I'm not exactly aged, Bryce, but I've handled about 15 city councils and county boards of supervisors, not to mention Mexican and Central American governors and presidents, in my day, and I know the breed from cover to cover. Following a preliminary conference, I'll let you know whether you're going to get that franchise without difficulty, or whether somebody's itchy palm will have to be crossed with silver first. Honest men never temporize. You know where they stand, but a grafter temporizes and plays a waiting game, hoping to wear your patience down to the point where you'll ask him bluntly to name his figure. By the way, what do you know about your blighted old city council, anyway? 2 of the 5 councilmen are for sale. 2 are honest men, and 1 is an uncertain quantity. The mayor is a politician. I've known them all since boyhood, and if I dared come out in the open, I think that even the crooks have sentiment enough for what the Cardigans stand for in this county to decline to hold me up. Then why not come out in the open and save trouble and expense? I'm not ready to have a lot of notes called on me, Bryce replied dryly. Neither am I desirous of having the Laguna Grande Lumber Company start a riot in the redwood lumber market by cutting prices to a point where I would have to sell my lumber at a loss in order to get hold of a little ready money. Neither do I desire to have trees felled across the right-of-way of Pennington's road after his trainloads of logs have gone through and before mine have started from the woods. I don't want my log landings jammed until I can't move, and I don't want Pennington's engineer to take a curve in such a hurry that he'll whip my loaded logging trucks off into a canyon and leave me hung up for lack of rolling stock. I tell you, the man has me under his thumb, and the only way I can escape is to slip out when he isn't looking. He can do too many things to block the delivery of my logs and then dub them as acts of God, in order to avoid a judgment against him on suit for non-performance of his hauling contract with this company. Ah, slimy old beggar, isn't he? I dare say he wouldn't hesitate to buy the city council to block you, would he? I know he'll lie and steal. I dare say he'd corrupt a public official. Buck Ogilvy rose and stretched himself. I've got my work cut out for me, haven't I? He declared with a yawn. However, it'll be a fight worth while, and that at least will make it interesting. Well? Bryce pressed the buzzer on his desk, and a moment later Moira entered. Permit me, Moira, to present Mr. Ogilvy. Mr. Ogilvy, Miss McTavish. The introduction having been acknowledged by both parties, Bryce continued, Mr. Ogilvy will have frequent need to interview me at this office, Moira, but it is our joint desire that his visits here shall remain a profound secret to everybody with the exception of ourselves. To that end he will hereafter call at night, when this portion of the town is absolutely deserted. You have an extra key to the office, Moira. I wish you would give it to Mr. Ogilvy. The girl nodded. Mr. Ogilvy will have to take pains to avoid our watchman, she suggested. That is a point well taken, Moira. Buck, when you call, make it a point to arrive here promptly on the hour. The watchman will be down in the mill then, punching the time clock. Again Moira inclined her dark head and withdrew. Mr. Buck Ogilvy groaned. God speed the day when you can come out from under and I'll be permitted to call during office hours, he murmured. He picked up his hat and withdrew, via the general office. Half an hour later, Bryce looked out and saw him draped over the counter, engaged in animated conversation with Moira McTavish. Before Ogilvy left, he had managed to impress Moira with a sense of the disadvantage under which he labored through being forced, because of circumstances Mr. Cardigan would doubtless relate to her in due course, to abandon all hope of seeing her at the office, at least for some time to come. Then he spoke feelingly of the unmitigated horror of being a stranger in a strange town, forced to sit around hotel lobbies with drummers and other lost souls, and drew from Moira the assurance that it wasn't more distressing than having to sit around a boarding house night after night watching old women tat and tattle. This was the opening Buck Ogilvy had sparred for. Fixing Moira with his bright blue eyes, he grinned boldly and said, Suppose, Miss McTavish, we start a league for the dispersion of gloom. You be the president, and I'll be the financial secretary. How would the league operate? Moira demanded cautiously. Well, it might begin by giving a dinner to all the members, followed by a little motor trip into the country next Saturday afternoon, Buck suggested. Moira's Madonna glance appraised him steadily. I haven't known you very long, Mr. Ogilvy, she reminded him. Oh, I'm easy to get acquainted with, he retorted lightly. Besides, don't I come well recommended? He pondered for a moment. Then, I'll tell you what, Miss McTavish. Suppose we put it up to Bryce Cardigan. If he says it's all right, we'll pull off the party. If he says it's all wrong, I'll go out and drown myself, and fairer words than them has no man spoke. I'll think it over, said Moira. By all means. Never decide such an important matter in a hurry. Just tell me your home telephone number, and I'll ring up at 7 this evening for your decision." Reluctantly Moira gave him the number. She was not at all prejudiced against this carroty stranger. In fact, she had a vague suspicion that he was a sure cure for the blues, an ailment which she suffered from all too frequently. And moreover, his voice, his respectful manner, his alert eyes, and his wonderful clothing were all rather alluring. Womanlike, she was flattered at being noticed, particularly by a man like Ogilvy, whom it was plain to be seen was vastly superior to any male even in Sequoia, with the sole exception of Bryce Cardigan. The flutter of a great adventure was in Moira's heart, and the flush of 1,000 roses in her cheeks, when, Buck Ogilvy having at length departed, she went into Bryce's private office to get his opinion as to the propriety of accepting the invitation. Bryce listened to her gravely, as with all the sweet innocence of her years and unworldliness she laid the Ogilvy proposition before him. "By all means, accept," he counseled her. "Buck Ogilvy is one of the finest gentlemen you'll ever meet. I'll stake my reputation on him. You'll find him vastly amusing, Moira. He'd make Niobe forget her troubles, and he does know how to order a dinner." "Don't you think I ought to have a chaperone?" "Well, it isn't necessary, although it's good form in a small town like Sequoia, where everybody knows everybody else." "I thought so," Moira murmured thoughtfully. "I'll ask Miss Sumner to come with us. Mr. Ogilvy won't mind the extra expense, I'm sure." "He'll be delighted," Bryce assured her maliciously. "Ask Miss Sumner, by all means." When Moira had left him, Bryce sighed. "Gosh," he murmured, "I wish I could go, too." He was roused from his bitter introspections presently by the ringing of the telephone. To his amazement, Shirley Sumner was calling him. "You're a wee bit surprised, aren't you, Mr. Cardigan?" she said teasingly. "I am," he answered honestly. "I had a notion I was quite persona non grata with you." "Are you relieved to find you are not? You aren't, you know." "Thank you. I am relieved." "I suppose you're wondering why I have telephoned to you?" "No, I haven't had time. The suddenness of it all has left me more or less dumb. Why did you ring up?" "I wanted some advice. Suppose you wanted very, very much to know what two people were talking about, but found yourself in a position where you couldn't eavesdrop. What would you do?" "I wouldn't eavesdrop," he told her severely. "That isn't a nice thing to do, and I didn't think you would contemplate anything that isn't nice." "I wouldn't ordinarily, but I have every moral, ethical, and financial right to be a party to that conversation. Only well " "With you present there would be no conversation, is that it?" "Exactly, Mr. Cardigan." "And it is of the utmost importance that you should know what is said?" "Yes." "And you do not intend to use your knowledge of this conversation, when gained, for an illegal or unethical purpose?" "I do not. On the contrary, if I am aware of what is being planned, I can prevent others from doing something illegal and unethical." "In that event, Shirley, I should say you are quite justified in eavesdropping." "But how can I do it? I can't hide in a closet and listen." "Buy a dictograph and have it hidden in the room where the conversation takes place. It will record every word of it." "Where can I buy one?" "In San Francisco." "Will you telephone to your San Francisco office and have them buy one for me and ship it to you, together with directions for using? George Sea Otter can bring it over to me when it arrives." "Shirley, this is most extraordinary." "I quite realize that. May I depend upon you to oblige me in this matter?" "Certainly. But why pick on me, of all persons, to perform such a mission for you?" "I can trust you to forget that you have performed it." "Thank you. I think you may safely trust me. And I shall attend to the matter immediately." "You are very kind, Mr. Cardigan. How is your dear old father? Moira told me some time ago that he was ill." "He's quite well again, thank you. By the way, Moira doesn't know that you and I have ever met. Why don't you tell her?" "I can't answer that question now. Perhaps some day I may be in a position to do so." "It's too bad the circumstances are such that we, who started out to be such agreeable friends, see so little of each other, Shirley." "Indeed it is. However, it's all your fault. I have told you once how you can obviate that distressing situation. But you're so stubborn, Mr. Cardigan." "I haven't got to the point where I like crawling on my hands and knees," he flared back at her. "Even for your sake I decline to simulate friendship or tolerance for your uncle. Hence I must be content to let matters stand as they are between us." She laughed lightly. "So you are still uncompromisingly belligerent? Still after Uncle Seth's scalp?" "Yes, and I think I'm going to get it. At any rate, he isn't going to get mine." "Don't you think you're rather unjust to make me suffer for the sins of my relative, Bryce?" she demanded. She had called him by his first name. He thrilled. "I'm lost in a quagmire of debts. I'm helpless now," he murmured. "I'm not fighting for myself alone, but for 1,000 dependents, for a principle, for an ancient sentiment that was my father's and is now mine. You do not understand." "I understand more than you give me credit for, and some day you'll realize it. I understand just enough to make me feel sorry for you. I understand what even my uncle doesn't suspect at present, and that is that you're the directing genius of the Northern California Oregon Railroad and hiding behind your friend Ogilvy. Now listen to me, Bryce Cardigan. You're never going to build that road. Do you understand?" The suddenness of her attack amazed him to such an extent that he did not take the trouble to contradict her. Instead, he blurted out, angrily and defiantly: "I'll build that road if it costs me my life, if it costs me you. Understand? I'm in this fight to win." "You will not build that road," she reiterated. "Why?" "Because I shall not permit you to. I have some financial interest in the Laguna Grande Lumber Company, and it is not to that financial interest that you should build the N.C.O." "How did you find out I was behind Ogilvy?" "Intuition. Then I accused you of it, and you admitted it." "I suppose you're going to tell your uncle now?" he retorted witheringly. "On the contrary, I am not. I greatly fear I was born with a touch of sporting blood, Mr. Cardigan. So I'm going to let you two fight until you're exhausted, and then I'm going to step in and decide the issue. You can save money by surrendering now. I hold the whip hand." "I prefer to fight. With your permission, this bout will go to a knockout." "I'm not so certain I do not like you all the more for that decision. And if it will comfort you the least bit, you have my word of honor that I shall not reveal to my uncle the identity of the man behind the N.C.O. I'm not a tattletale, you know. And moreover, I have a great curiosity to get to the end of the story. The fact is, both you and Uncle Seth annoy me exceedingly. How lovely everything would have been if you two hadn't started this feud and forced upon me the task of trying to be fair and impartial to you both." "Can you remain fair and impartial?"
I think I can, even up to the point of deciding whether or not you are going to build that road. Then I shall act independently of you both. Forgive my slang, but I'm going to hand you each a poke then." "Shirley," he told her earnestly, "listen carefully to what I am about to say. I love you. I've loved you from the day I first met you. I shall always love you, and when I get around to it I'm going to ask you to marry me. At present, however, that is a right I do not possess. However, the day I acquire the right I shall exercise it." "And when will that day be?" Very softly, in awesome tones. "The day I drive the last spike in the N.C.O." Fell a silence. Then, "I'm glad, Bryce Cardigan, you're not a quitter. Good by, good luck, and don't forget my errand." She hung up and sat at the telephone for a moment, dimpled chin in dimpled hand, her glance wandering through the window and far away across the roofs of the town to where the smoke stack of Cardigan's mill cut the skyline. "How I'd hate you if I could handle you," she murmured. Following this exasperating but illuminating conversation with Shirley Sumner over the telephone, Bryce Cardigan was a distressed and badly worried man. However, Bryce was a communicant of a very simple faith, to wit, that one is never whipped till one is counted out; and the first shock of Shirley's discovery having passed, he wasted no time in vain repinings but straightway set himself to scheme a way out of his dilemma. For an hour he sat slouched in his chair, chin on breast, the while he reviewed every angle of the situation. He found it impossible, however, to disassociate the business from the personal aspects of his relations with Shirley, and he recalled that she had the very best of reasons for placing their relations on a business basis rather than a sentimental one. He had played a part in their little drama which he knew must have baffled and infuriated her. More, had she, in those delightful few days of their early acquaintance, formed for him a sentiment somewhat stronger than friendship, he did not flatter himself that this was so, he could understand her attitude toward him as that of the woman scorned. For the present, however, it was all a profound and disturbing mystery, and after an hour of futile concentration there came to Bryce the old childish impulse to go to his father with his troubles. That sturdy old soul, freed from the hot passions of youth, its impetuosity and its proneness to consider cause rather than effect, had weathered too many storms in his day to permit the present one to benumb his brain as it had his son's. "He will be able to think without having his thoughts blotted out by a woman's face," Bryce soliloquized. "He's like one of his own big redwood trees. His head is always above the storm." Straightway Bryce left the office and went home to the old house on the knoll. John Cardigan was sitting on the veranda, and from a stand beside him George Sea Otter entertained him with a phonograph selection, "The Suwannee River," sung by a male quartet. As the gate clicked, John raised his head. Then, as Bryce's quick steps spurned the cement walk up the little old fashioned garden, he rose and stood with one hand outstretched and trembling a little. He could not see, but with the intuition of the blind he knew. "What is it, son?" he demanded gently as Bryce came up the low steps. "George, choke that contraption off." Bryce took his father's hand. "I'm in trouble, John Cardigan," he said simply, "and I'm not big enough to handle it alone." The leonine old man smiled, and his smile had all the sweetness of a benediction. His boy was in trouble and had come to him. Good! Then he would not fail him. "Sit down, son, and tell the old man all about it. Begin at the beginning, and let me have all the angles of the angle." Bryce obeyed, and for the first time
John Cardigan learned of his son's acquaintance with Shirley Sumner, and the fact that she had been present in Pennington's woods the day Bryce had gone there to settle the score with Jules Rondeau. In the wonderful first flush of his love, a sense of embarrassment, following his discovery of the fact that his father and Colonel Pennington were implacable enemies, had decided Bryce not to mention the matter of the girl to John Cardigan until the entente cordiale between Pennington and his father could be reestablished, for Bryce had, with the optimism of his years, entertained for a few days a thought that he could bring about this desirable condition of affairs. The discovery that he could not, together with his renunciation of his love until he should succeed in protecting his heritage and eliminating the despair that had come upon his father in the latter's old age, had further operated to render unnecessary any discussion of the girl with the old man. With the patience and gentleness of a confessor, John Cardigan heard the story now, and though Bryce gave no hint in words that his affections were involved in the fight for the Cardigan acres, yet did his father know it, for he was a parent, and his great heart went out in sympathy for his boy. "I understand, Sonny, I understand. This young lady is only one additional reason why you must win, for of course you understand she is not indifferent to you." "I do not know that she feels for me anything stronger than a vagrant sympathy, Dad, for while she is eternally feminine, nevertheless she has a masculine way of looking at many things. She is a good comrade, with a bully sense of sportsmanship, and unlike her skunk of an uncle, she fights in the open. Under the circumstances, however, her first loyalty is to him. In fact, she owes none to me. And I dare say he has given her some extremely plausible reason why we should be eliminated. While I think she is sorry that it must be done, nevertheless, in a mistaken impulse of self-protection, she is likely to let him do it." "Perhaps, perhaps. One never knows why a woman does things, although it is a safe bet that if they're with you at all, they're with you all the way. Eliminate the girl, my boy. She's trying to play fair to you and her relative. Let us concentrate on Pennington." "The entire situation hinges on that jump crossing of his tracks on Water Street." "He doesn't know you plan to cross them, does he?" "No." "Then, lad, your job is to get your crossing in before he finds out, isn't it?" "Yes, but it's an impossible task, partner. I'm not Aladdin, you know. I have to have a franchise from the city council, and I have to have rails." "Both are procurable, my son. Induce the city council to grant you a temporary franchise tomorrow, and buy your rails from Pennington. He has a mile of track running up Laurel Creek, and Laurel Creek was logged out 3 years ago. I believe that spur is useless to Pennington, and the 90-pound rails are rusting there." "But will he sell them to me?" "Not if you tell him why you want them." "But he hates me, old pal." "The Colonel never permits sentiment to interfere with business, my son. He doesn't need the rails, and he does desire your money. Consider the rail problem settled." "How do you stand with the mayor and the council?" "I do not stand at all. I opposed Poundstone for the office. Dobbs, who was appointed to fill a vacancy caused by the death of a regularly elected councilman, was once a bookkeeper in our office. You will remember. I discharged him for looting the petty cash drawer. Andrews and Mullen are professional politicians, and not to be trusted. In fact, Poundstone, Dobbs, Andrews, and Mullen are known as the Solid Four. Yates and Thatcher, the remaining members of the city council, are the result of the reform ticket last fall, but since they are in the minority, they are helpless." "That makes it bad. Not at all. The Cardigans are not known to be connected with the N.C.O. Send your bright friend Ogilvy after that franchise. He's the only man who can land it. Give him a free hand and tell him to deliver the goods by any means short of bribery. I imagine he's had experience with city councils and will know exactly how to proceed. I know you can procure the rails and have them at the intersection of B and Water Streets Thursday night. If Ogilvy can procure the temporary franchise and have it in his pocket by 6 o'clock Thursday night, you should have that crossing in by sun-up Friday morning. Then let Pennington rave. He cannot procure an injunction to restrain us from cutting his tracks, thus throwing the matter into the courts and holding us up indefinitely, because by the time he wakes up the tracks will have been cut. The best he can do then will be to fight us before the city council when we apply for our permanent franchise. Thank God, however, the name of Cardigan carries weight in this county, and with the pressure of public sympathy and opinion back of us, we may venture, my boy, to break a lance with the Solid Four, should they stand with Pennington." "Partner, it looks like a forlorn hope," said Bryce. "Well, you're the boy to lead it. And it will cost but little to put in the crossing and take a chance. Remember, Bryce, once we have that crossing in, it stands like a spite fence between Pennington and the law which he knows so well how to pervert to suit his ignoble purposes." He turned earnestly to Bryce and waved a trembling admonitory finger. "Your job is to keep out of court. Once Pennington gets the law on us, the issue will not be settled in our favor for years, and in the meantime you perish. Run along now and hunt up Ogilvy. George, play that Suwannee River quartet again. It sort of soothes me." End of chapter 24. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 25 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 25. It was with a considerably lighter heart that Bryce returned to the mill office, from which he lost no time in summoning Buck Ogilvy by telephone. "Thanks so much for the invitation," Ogilvy murmured gratefully. "I'll be down in a pig's whisper." And he was. "Bryce, you look like the devil," he declared the moment he entered the latter's private office. "I ought to, Buck. I've just raised the devil and spilled the beans on the N.C.O." "To whom, when, and where?" "To Pennington's niece, over the telephone, about 2 hours ago." Buck Ogilvy smote his left palm with his right fist. "And you've waited 2 hours to confess your crime? Zounds, man, this is bad." "I know. Curse me, Buck, I've probably talked you out of a good job." "Oh, say not so, old settler. We may still have an out. How did you let the cat out of the bag?" "That remarkable girl called me up and accused you of being a mere screen for me and amazed me, so I admitted it." Ogilvy dropped his red hand in simulated agony and moaned. Presently he raised it and said: "Well, it might have been worse. Think of what might have happened had she called in person. She would have picked your pocket for the corporate seal, the combination of the safe, and the list of stockholders, and probably ended up by gagging you and binding you in your own swivel chair." "Don't, Buck. Comfort and not abuse is what I need now." "All right. I'll conclude my remarks by stating that I regard you as a lovable fathead devoid of sufficient mental energy to pound the proverbial sand into the proverbial rat hole. Now then, what do you want me to do to save the day?" Deliver to me by 6 o'clock Thursday night a temporary franchise from the City Council, granting the N.C.O. the right to run a railroad from our drying yard across Water Street at its intersection with B Street and out Front Street." "Certainly, by all means. Easiest thing I do. Sure you don't want me to arrange to borrow a star or two and make a ta-ra-ra for the lady that's made a monkey out of you? No? All right, old dear. I'm on my way to do my damnedest, which angels can't do no more. Nevertheless, for your sins you shall do me a favor before my heart breaks after falling down on this contract you've just given me." "Granted, Buck. Name it." "I'm giving a nice little private specially cooked dinner to Miss McTavish tonight. We're going to pull it off in one of those private screened corrals in that highly decorated Chink restaurant on 3rd Street. Moira, that is, Miss McTavish, is bringing a chaperone, one Miss Shirley Sumner. Your job is to be my chaperone and entertain Miss Sumner, who from all accounts is most brilliant and fascinating." "Nothing doing!" Bryce almost roared. "Why, she's the girl that bluffed the secret of the N.C.O. out of me." "Do you hate her for it?" "No, I hate myself." "Then you'll come. You promised in advance, and no excuses go now. The news will be all over town by Friday morning, so why bother to keep up appearances any longer? Meet me at the Canton at 7, and check dull care at the entrance." And before Bryce could protest, Ogilvy had thrown open the office door and called the glad tidings to Moira, who was working in the next room. Whereupon Moira's wonderful eyes shone with that strange lambent flame. She clasped her hands joyously. "Oh, how wonderful!" she exclaimed. "I've always wanted Miss Shirley to meet Mr. Bryce." Again Bryce was moved to protest, but Buck Ogilvy reached around the half-opened door and kicked him in the shins. "Don't crab my game, you miserable snarly yow. Detract one speck from that girl's pleasure, and you'll never see that temporary franchise," he threatened. "I will not work for a quitter, so there." And with his bright smile he set out immediately upon the trail of the city council, leaving Bryce Cardigan a prey to many conflicting emotions, the chief of which, for all that he strove to suppress it, was riotous joy in the knowledge that while he had fought against it, fate had decreed that he should bask once more in the radiance of Shirley Sumner's adorable presence. Presently, for the first time in many weeks, Moira heard him whistling "Turkey in the Straw." End of chapter 25. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 26 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 26. Fortunately for the situation which had so suddenly confronted him, Bryce Cardigan had Mr. Buck Ogilvy, and out of the experiences gained in other railroad building enterprises, the said Ogilvy, while startled, was not stunned by the suddenness and immensity of the order so casually given him by his youthful employer, for he had already devoted to the matter of that crossing the better part of the preceding night. Also, he had investigated, indexed, and cross-indexed the city council with a view to ascertaining how great, or how little, would be the effort he must devote to obtaining from it the coveted franchise. "Got to run a Sandy on the mayor," Buck soliloquized as he walked rapidly uptown. "And I'll have to be mighty slick about it, too, or I'll get my fingers in the jam. If I get the mayor on my side, if I get him to the point where he thinks well of me and would like to oblige me without prejudicing himself financially or politically, I can get that temporary franchise. Now, how shall I proceed to sneak up on that oily old cuss's blind side? 2 blocks farther on, Mr. Ogilvy paused and snapped his fingers vigorously. "Eureka!" he murmured. "I've got Poundstone by the tail on a downhill haul. Is it a cinch? Well, I just guess I should tell a man." He hurried to the telephone building and put in a long-distance call for the San Francisco office of the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company. When the manager came on the line, Ogilvy dictated to him a message which he instructed the manager to telegraph back to him at the Hotel Sequoia 1 hour later. This mysterious detail attended to, he continued on to the mayor's office in the city hall. Mayor Poundstone's bushy eyebrows arched with interest when his secretary laid upon his desk the card of Mr. Buchanan Ogilvy, Vice President and General Manager of the Northern California Oregon Railroad. "Ah!" he breathed with an unpleasant resemblance to a bon vivant who sees before him his favorite vintage. "I have been expecting Mr. Ogilvy to call for quite a while. At last we shall see what we shall see. Show him in." The visitor was accordingly admitted to the great man's presence and favored with an official handshake of great heartiness. "I've been hoping to have this pleasure for quite some time, Mr. Poundstone," Buck announced easily as he disposed of his hat and overcoat on an adjacent chair. "But unfortunately I have had so much preliminary detail to attend to before making an official call that at last I grew discouraged and concluded I'd just drop in informally and get acquainted." Buck's alert blue eyes opened wide in sympathy with his genial mouth, to deluge Mayor Poundstone with a smile that was friendly, guileless, confidential, and singularly delightful. Mr. Ogilvy was a man possessed of tremendous personal magnetism when he chose to exert it, and that smile was ever the opening gun of his magnetic bombardment, for it was a smile that always had the effect of making the observer desire to behold it again, of disarming suspicion and establishing confidence. "Glad you did, mighty glad," the mayor cried heartily. "We have all, of course, heard of your great plans and are naturally anxious to hear more of them, in the hope that we can do all that anybody reasonably and legally can to promote your enterprise and incidentally our own, since we are not insensible to the advantages which will accrue to this county when it is connected by rail with the outside world." "That extremely broad view is most encouraging," Buck chirped, and he showered the mayor with another smile. "Reciprocity is the watchword of progress. I might state, however, that while you Humboldters are fully alive to the benefits to be derived from a feeder to a transcontinental road, my associates and myself are not insensible of the fact that the success of our enterprise depends to a great extent upon the enthusiasm with which the city of Sequoia shall cooperate with us. And since you are the chief executive of the city, naturally I have come to you to explain our plans fully." "I have read your articles of incorporation, Mr. Ogilvy," Mayor Poundstone boomed paternally. "You will recall that they were published in the Sequoia Sentinel. It strikes me—" "Then you know exactly what we propose doing, and any further explanation would be superfluous," Buck interrupted amiably, glad to dispose of the matter so promptly. Again he favored the mayor with his bright smile, and the latter, now fully convinced that here was a young man of vast emprise, whom it behooved him to receive in a whole-hearted and public-spirited manner, nodded vigorous approval. "Well, that being the case, Mr. Ogilvy," he continued, "what can we Sequoians do to make you happy?" "Why, to begin with, Mr. Poundstone, you might accept my solemn assurances that despite the skepticism which, for some unknown reason, appears to shroud our enterprise in the minds of some people, we have incorporated a railroad company for the purpose of building a railroad. We propose commencing grading operations in the very near future, and the only thing that can possibly interfere with the project will be the declination of the city council to grant us a franchise to run our line through the city to Tidewater." He handed his cigar case to Mayor Poundstone and continued lightly: "And I am glad to have your assurance that the city council will not drop a cold chisel in the cogs of the wheels of progress." Mr. Poundstone had given no such assurance, but for some reason he did not feel equal to the task of contradicting this pleasant fellow. Ogilvy continued: "At the proper time we shall apply for the franchise. It will then be time enough to discuss it. In the meantime the N.C.O. plans a public dedicatory ceremony at the first breaking of ground, and I would be greatly honored, Mr. Mayor, if you would consent to turn the first shovelful of earth and deliver the address of welcome upon that occasion." The Mayor swelled like a Thanksgiving turkey. "The honor will be mine," he corrected his visitor. "Thank you so much, sir. Well, that's another worry off my mind." With the tact of a prime minister, Buck then proceeded deliberately to shift the conversation to the weather, and asked a number of questions anent the annual rainfall. Then he turned to crops, finance, and national politics, and gradually veered around to an artistic word picture of the vast expansion of the redwood lumber industry when the redwood belt should be connected by rail with the markets of the entire country. He spoke of the magic effect the building of such a line would have upon the growth of Sequoia. Sequoia, he felt convinced, was destined to become a city of at least 100,000 inhabitants. He rhapsodized over the progressive spirit of the community, and with a wave of his hand studded the waters of Humboldt Bay with the masts of the world's shipping. Suddenly he checked himself, glanced at his watch, apologized for consuming so much of his Honor's valuable time, expressed himself felicitated at knowing the Mayor, gracefully expressed his appreciation for the encouragement given his enterprise, and departed. When he had gone, Mayor Poundstone declared to his secretary that without doubt Ogilvy was the liveliest, keenest fellow that had struck Sequoia since the advent of old John Cardigan. Half an hour later the Mayor's telephone bell rang. Buck Ogilvy was on the line. "I beg your pardon for bothering you with my affairs twice in the same day, Mr. Mayor," he announced, deprecatingly. "But the fact is, a condition has just arisen which necessitates the immediate employment of an attorney. The job is not a very important one, and almost any lawyer would do, but in view of the fact that we must, sooner or later, employ an attorney to look after our interests locally, it occurred to me that I might as well make the selection of a permanent attorney now. I am a stranger in this city, Mr. Poundstone. Would it be imposing on your consideration if I asked you to recommend such a person?" "Why, not at all, not at all. Delighted to help you, Mr. Ogilvy. Let me see, now. There are several attorneys in Sequoia, all men of excellent ability and unimpeachable integrity, whom I can recommend with the utmost pleasure. Cadman look up the relatives of a public official? Well, forward, men, follow me to Henry's office." Henry Poundstone, Jr., proved to be the sole inhabitant of one rather bare office in the Cardigan block. Buck had fully resolved to give him a retainer of $1,000, or even more if he asked for it, but after one look at Henry he cut the appropriation to $250. Young Mr. Poundstone was blond and frail, with large round spectacles, rabbit teeth, and the swiftly receding chin of the terrapin. Moreover, he was in such a flutter of anticipation over the arrival of his client that Buck deduced two things, to wit, that the Mayor had telephoned Henry he was apt to have a client, and that as a result of this miracle Henry was in no fit state to discuss the sordid subject of fees and retainers. Ergo, Mr. Ogilvy decided to obviate such discussion now or in the future. He handed Henry a check for $250, which he wrote out on the spot, and with his bright winning smile remarked, "Now, Mr. Poundstone, we will proceed to business. That retainer isn't a large one, I admit, but neither is the job I have for you today. Later, if need of your services on a larger scale should develop, we shall of course expect to make a new arrangement whereby you will receive the customary retainer of all of our corporate attorneys. I trust that is quite satisfactory?" "Eminently so," gasped the young disciple of Blackstone. "Very well, then. Let us proceed to business." Buck removed from a small leather bag a bale of legal-looking documents. "I have here," he announced, "agreements from landowners along the proposed right-of-way of the N.C.O. to give to that company, on demand, within 1 year from date, satisfactory deeds covering rights-of-way which are minutely described in the said agreements. I wish these deeds prepared for signing and recording at the earliest possible moment." "You shall have them at this time tomorrow," Henry promised. The head of Henry Poundstone, Jr., was held high for the first time since he had flung forth his modest shingle to the breezes of Sequoia 6 months before, and there was an unaccustomed gleam of importance in his pale eyes as he rushed into Big Father's office in the City Hall. "By jinks, Dad," he exulted, "I've hooked a fish at last, and he's a whopper." "Omit the cheers, my boy. Remember, I sent that fish to you," his father answered with a bland and indulgent smile. "What are you doing for Ogilvy, and how large a retainer did he give you?" "I'm making out deeds to his rights of way. Ordinarily it's about a $50 job, but without waiting to discuss finances, he handed me out $250. Why, Dad, that's more than you make in a month from your job as mayor." "Well, that isn't a bad retainer. It's an opening wedge. However, it would be mere chicken feed in San Francisco." "Read this," Henry urged, and thrust a yellow telegraph form under the mayor's nose. The latter adjusted his glasses and read: "Imperative building operations commence immediately. Local skepticism injurious and delays dangerous. We must show good faith to our New York friends. J.P.M. insists upon knowing promptly where we stand with Sequoia City Council. See them immediately and secure temporary franchise, if possible, to enable us to cross Water Street at B Street and build out Front Street. Your arrangement with Cardigan for use of his mill dock and spur for unloading material from steamer ratified by board, but regarded as hold-up. If your judgment indicates no hold-up on permanent franchise, commence active operations immediately upon acquisition of permanent franchise. Engage local labor as far as possible. Cannot impress upon you too fully necessity for getting busy, as road must be completed in 3 years if our plans are to bear fruit, and time is all too short. Impress this upon City Council and wire answer tomorrow. Hockley." This telegram, as the mayor observed, was dated that day and addressed to Mr. Buchanan Ogilvy, Hotel Sequoia, Sequoia, California. Also, with a keen eye to minor details, he noted that it had been filed at San Francisco subsequent to Ogilvy's visit to him that afternoon. "Ah," breathed His Honor, "that accounts for his failure to bring the matter up at our interview. Upon his return to the hotel, he found this telegram and got busy at once. By Jupiter, this looks like business.
Henry, how did you come into possession of this telegram?" "It must have been mixed up in the documents Ogilvy left with me. I found it on my desk when I was sorting out the papers, and in my capacity of attorney for the N.C.O. I had no hesitancy in reading it." "Well, I do declare! Wonder who Hockley is? Never heard of that fellow in connection with the N.C.O." "Hockley doesn't matter," young Henry declared triumphantly. "Although I'd bet a hat he's one of those heavyweight Wall Street fellows, and one of J.P.M.'s vice presidents, probably. J.P.M., of course, is the man behind." "Who the devil is J.P.M.?" Henry smiled tolerantly upon his ignorant and guileless parent. "Well, how would J. Pierpont Morgan do for a guess?" he queried. "Hell's bells and panther tracks!" Mayor Poundstone started as if snake bitten. "I should say you've hooked a big fish. Boy, you've landed a whale!" And the Mayor whistled softly in his amazement and delight. "By golly, to think of you getting in with that bunch! Tremendyous! Perfectly tremendyous! Did Ogilvy say anything about future business?" "He did. Said if I proved satisfactory, he would probably take me on and pay the customary retainer given all of their corporation attorneys." "Well, by golly, he'd better take you on. I had a notion that chap Ogilvy was smart enough to know which side his bread is buttered on, and who does the buttering." "If I could guarantee Mr. Ogilvy that temporary franchise mentioned in his telegram, it might help me to get in right with J.P.M. at the start," his hopeful suggested. "I guess it would be kind of poor to be taken on as one of the regular staff of attorneys for a Morgan corporation, huh? Say, they pay those chaps as high as $50,000 a year retainer." "Guarantee it!" his father shouted. "Guarantee it! Well, I should snicker. We'll just show J.P.M. and his crowd that they made no mistake when they picked you as their Sequoia legal representative. I'll call a special meeting of that little old city council of mine and jam that temporary franchise through, while you'd be saying Jack Robinson." "I'll tell you what let's do," Henry suggested. "I'll draw up the temporary franchise tonight, and we'll put it through tomorrow at, say, 10 o'clock, without saying a word to Mr. Ogilvy about it. Then when the city clerk has signed and attested it and put the seal of the city on it, I'll just casually take it over to Mr. Ogilvy. Of course he'll be surprised and ask me how I came to get it, and—" "And you look surprised," his father cautioned. "Sort of as if you failed to comprehend what he's driving at. Make him repeat. Then you say, 'Oh, that! Why, that's nothing, Mr. Ogilvy. I found the telegram in those papers you had left me, read it, and concluded you'd left it there to give me the dope so I could go ahead and get the franchise for you. Up here, whenever anybody wants a franchise from the city, they always hire an attorney to get it for them, so I didn't think anything about this but just naturally went and got it for you. If it ain't right, why, say so, and I'll have it made right." Old Poundstone nudged his son in the short ribs and winked drolly. "Let him get the idea you're a fly bird and on to your job." "Leave it to yours truly," said Henry. His father carefully made a copy of the telegram. He grunted. "Wants to cross Water Street at B and build out Front Street. Well, I dare say nobody will kick over the traces at that. Nothing but warehouses and lumber drying yards along there, anyhow. Still, come to think of it, Pennington will probably raise a howl about sparks from the engines of the N.C.O. setting his lumber piles afire. And he won't relish the idea of that crossing, because that means a watchman and safety gates, and he'll have to stand half the cost of that.
"He'll be dead against it," Henry declared. "I know, because at the Wednesday meeting of the Lumber Manufacturers Association the subject of the N.C.O. came up, and Pennington made a talk against it. He said the N.C.O. ought to be discouraged, if it was a legitimate enterprise, which he doubted, because the most feasible and natural route for a road would be from Willits, Mendocino County, north to Sequoia. He said the N.C.O. didn't tap the main body of the redwood belt, and that his own road could be extended to act as a feeder to a line that would build in from the south. I tell you, he's dead set against it." "Then we won't tell him anything about it, Henry. We'll just pull off this special session of the council and forget to invite the reporters. After the job has been put over, Pennington can come around and howl all he wants. We're not letting a chance like this slip by us without grabbing a handful of the tail feathers, Henry. No, sir, not if we know it." "You bet," said Henry earnestly. And it was even so. The entire council was present, with the exception of Thatcher, who was home ill. His running mate Yates was heartily in favor of doing all and sundry of those things which would aid and encourage the building of the much to be desired railroad, and offered no objection to the motion to grant a 60-day temporary franchise. However, he always played ball with the absent Thatcher, and he was fairly well acquainted with his other colleagues on the council. Where they were concerned, he was as suspicious as a rattlesnake in August, in consequence of which he considered it policy to play safe pending Thatcher's recovery. Rising in his place, he pointed out to the board the fact that many prominent citizens who yearned for such a road as the N.C.O. had warned him of the danger of lending official aid and comfort to a passel of professional promoters and fly-by-nights. That after all, the N.C.O. might merely be the stalking horse to a real estate boom planned to unload the undesirable timber holdings of the Trinidad Redwood Lumber Company, in which event it might be well for the council to proceed with caution. It was Mr. Yates's opinion that for the present a temporary franchise for 30 days only should be given. If during that 30 days the N.C.O. exhibited indubitable signs of activity, he would gladly vote for a 30-day extension to enable the matter of a permanent franchise to be taken up in regular order. This amendment to the original motion met with the unqualified approval of the mayor, as he was careful to announce for the benefit of other members of the Solid Four. The fact of the matter was, however, that he was afraid to oppose Yates in such a simple matter through fear that Yates might grow cantankerous and carry his troubles to the Sequoia Sentinel, a base trick he had been known to do in the past. After explaining the advisability of keeping secret for the present the fact that a 30-day franchise had been granted, His Honor, with the consent of the maker of the original motion and the second thereof, submitted the amended motion to a vote, which was carried unanimously. At 11:30 Thursday morning, therefore, young Henry Poundstone, having worked the greater part of the previous night preparing the deeds, delivered both deeds and franchise to Buck Ogilvy at the latter's hotel. It was with difficulty that the latter could conceal his tremendous amazement when Henry casually handed him the franchise. True, he had slipped that fake telegram among the contracts as bait for Henry and his father, but in his wildest flights of fancy had not looked for them to swallow hook, line, and sinker. His fondest hope, at the time he conceived the brilliant idea, was that Henry would show the telegram to his father, and thus inculcate in the old gentleman a friendly feeling toward the N.C.O. not unmixed with pleasurable anticipations of the day when Henry Poundstone, Jr., should be one of the most highly prized member of the legal staff of a public service corporation. When he could control his emotions, Mr. Ogilvy gazed approvingly upon Henry Poundstone. "Mr. Poundstone," he said solemnly, "I have met some meteoric young attorneys in my day, but you're the first genuine comet I have seen in the legal firmament. Do you mind telling me exactly how you procured this franchise, and why you procured it without explicit orders from me?" Henry did his best to look puzzled. "Why," he said, "you left that telegram with me, and I concluded that you regarded it as self-explanatory, or else had forgotten to mention it. I knew you were busy, and I didn't want to bother you with details. So I just went ahead and filled the order for you. Anything wrong with that?" "Certainly not. It's perfectly wonderful. But how did you put it over?" Henry smirked. "My dad's the engineer," he said bluntly. "If 30 days ain't enough time, see me and I'll get you 30 days more. And in the meantime nobody knows a thing about this little deal. What's more, they won't know. I figured Colonel Pennington might try to block you at that crossing, so I—" Buck Ogilvy extended his hand in benediction and let it drop lightly on Henry Poundstone's thin shoulder. Henry quivered with anticipation under that gentle accolade, and swallowed his heart while the great Ogilvy made a portentous announcement. "My dear Poundstone," he said earnestly, "I am not a man to forget clever work. At the proper time I shall—" he smiled his radiant smile. "You understand, of course, that I am speaking for and can make you no firm promises. However," he smiled again, "all I have to say is that you'll do." "Thank you," said Henry Poundstone, Jr. "Thank you ever so much." End of chapter 26. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 27 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 27. An experience extending over a very active business career of 30 years had convinced Colonel Seth Pennington of the futility of racking his brains in vain speculation over mysteries. In his day he had been interested in some small public service corporations, which is tantamount to saying that he knew peanut politics and had learned that the very best way to fight the devil is with fire. Frequently he had found it of great interest and profit to him to know exactly how certain men spent their time and his money, and since he was a very busy man himself, naturally he had to delegate somebody else to procure this information for him. When, therefore, the Northern California-Oregon Railroad commenced to encroach on the Colonel's time appropriation for sleep, he realized that there was but one way in which to conserve his rest, and that was by engaging to fathom the mystery for him a specialist in the unraveling of mysteries. In times gone by, the Colonel had found a certain national detective agency an extremely efficient aid to well-known commercial agencies, and to these tried and true subordinates he turned now for explicit and satisfying information anent the Northern California outrage. The information forthcoming from Dun & Bradstreet's was vague and unsatisfying. Neither of these two commercial agencies could ascertain anything of interest regarding the finances of the N.C.O. For the present the corporation had no office, its destinies in San Francisco being guarded by a well-known attorney who had declined to make any statement regarding the company, but promised one at an early date. The board of directors consisted of this attorney, his two assistants, his stenographer, and Mr. Buchanan Ogilvy. The company had been incorporated for $5 million, divided into 5,000,000 shares of par value of $1 each, and 5 shares had been subscribed. Both agencies forwarded copies of the articles of incorporation, but since the Colonel had already read this document in the Sequoia Sentinel, he was not further interested. "It looks fishy to me," the Colonel commented to his manager, "and I'm more than ever convinced it's a scheme of that Trinidad Redwood Timber Company to start a timber boom and unload. And that is something the Laguna Grande Lumber Company does not view with favor, for the reason that one of these bright days those Trinidad people will come to their senses and sell cheap to us. A slight extension of our logging road will make that Trinidad timber accessible. Hence we are the only logical customers, and should control the situation. However, to be sure is to be satisfied. Telephone the San Francisco office to have the detective agency that handled the longshoreman strike job for us send a couple of their best operatives up on the next steamer, with instructions to report to me on arrival." When the operatives reported, the Colonel's orders were brief and explicit. "I want to know all about a man named Buchanan Ogilvy, who is up north somewhere procuring rights of way for the Northern California-Oregon Railroad. Find him. Get up with him in the morning and put him to bed at night. Report to me daily." Buck was readily located in the country north of Arcata, and one of the operatives actually procured a job as chainman with his surveying gang, while the other kept Ogilvy and his secretary under surveillance. Their reports, however, yielded the Colonel nothing until the first day of Buck's return to Sequoia, when the following written report caused the Colonel to sit up and take notice. It was headed, "Report of Operative Number 41," and it read: "Ogilvy in his room until 12 o'clock noon. At 12:05 entered dining room, leaving at 1 p.m. and proceeding direct to office of Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company. Operative took post behind a lumber pile at side of office so as to command view of interior of office. From manner of greeting accorded Ogilvy by Bryce Cardigan, operative is of opinion they had not met before. Ogilvy remained in Cardigan's private office half an hour, spent another half hour conversing with the young lady in general office. Young lady a brunette. O then returned to Hotel Sequoia, where he wrote several letters in writing room. At 3 p.m. called to telephone. At 3:02 p.m. left hurriedly for Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company's office. Entered private office without waiting to be announced. Emerged at 3:12, walking slowly and in deep thought. At B and Cedar Streets, stopped suddenly, snapped his fingers and started walking rapidly, in the manner of one who has arrived at a decision. At 3:24 entered the telephone building and placed a long-distance call. Operative standing at counter close by heard him place call with the girl on duty. He asked for the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company in San Francisco. Concluded his conversation at 3:32 and proceeded to the City Hall, entering the mayor's office at 3:43 and emerging at 4:10. He then returned to the Hotel Sequoia and sat in the lobby until handed a telegram at 4:40, whereupon he entered the telephone booth and talked to someone, emerging at 4:43 to go to his room. He returned at 4:46 and hurried to the law office of Henry Poundstone, Jr., in the Cardigan block. He was with Poundstone until 4:59, when he returned leisurely to the Hotel Sequoia, carrying a small leather grip. He also had this grip when he entered Poundstone's office. Arrived at the hotel at 5:03 and went to his room. At 6:45 he entered a public automobile in front of the hotel and was driven to number 846 Elm Street. The brunette young lady who works in the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company's office emerged presently and entered the car, which then proceeded to number 38 Redwood Boulevard, where the brunette young lady alighted and entered the house. She returned at 7 sharp, accompanied by a young lady whom she introduced to O. All three were then driven to the Canyon restaurant at 432 3rd Street and escorted to a reserved table in one of the screened-off, semi-private rooms along the right side of the dining room. At 7:15 Bryce Cardigan entered the restaurant and was escorted by the waiter to the table occupied by O. and party. At 9:30 entire party left restaurant and entered a Napier car driven by a half-breed Indian whom the second young lady hailed as George. O. and the brunette young lady were dropped at 846 Elm Street, while Cardigan and the other young lady proceeded directly to No. 38 Redwood Boulevard. After aiding the lady to alight, Cardigan talked with her a few minutes at the gate, then bade her good night, and after waiting until she had disappeared inside the front door, returned to the automobile and was driven to his home, while the chauffeur George ran the car into the Cardigan garage. Upon returning to Hotel Sequoia, found O. in hotel bar. Saw him to bed at 10 sharp. Needless to relate, this report had a most amazing effect upon Colonel Pennington, and when at length he could recover his mental equilibrium, he set about quite calmly to analyze the report, word by word and sentence by sentence, with the result that he promptly arrived at the following conclusion. 1. His niece, Shirley Sumner, was not to be trusted in so far as young Bryce Cardigan was concerned. Despite her assumption of hostility toward the fellow since that memorable day in Pennington's woods, the Colonel was now fully convinced that she had made her peace with him and had been the recipient of his secret attentions right along. The Colonel was on the verge of calling his niece up to demand an explanation, but on second thought decided to wait a few days and see what his gumshoe men might have to report further. 2. The N.C.O. was still a mystery, but a mystery in which Bryce Cardigan was interested. Moreover, he was anxious to aid the N.C.O. in every way possible. However, the Colonel could understand this. Cardigan would aid anything that might possibly tend to lift the Cardigan lumber interests out from under the iron heel of Colonel Pennington, and he was just young enough and unsophisticated enough to be fooled by that Trinidad Redwood timber gang. 3. The N.C.O. was going to make a mighty bluff, even to the extent of applying for a franchise to run over the city streets of Sequoia. Hence Ogilvy's visit to Mayor Poundstone, doubtless on the advice of Bryce Cardigan. Hence, also, his visit to young Henry Poundstone, whom he had doubtless engaged as his legal representative in order to ingratiate himself with the young man's father. Coarse work. 4. Ogilvy had carried a small leather bag to and from Henry Poundstone's office. That bag was readily explained. It had contained a bribe in gold coin, and young Henry had been selected as the go-between. That meant that Mayor Poundstone had agreed to deliver the franchise, for a consideration, and like the smooth scoundrel he was, he wanted his bit in gold coin, which could not be marked without the marks being discovered. Ogilvy had called first on the mayor to arrange the details, then he had called on the mayor's son to complete the transaction. 5. If a franchise had been arranged for and the bribery already delivered, that meant the prompt and unadvertised commencement of operations. Where, the Colonel asked himself, would these operations begin? Why, close to the waterfront, where materials could be landed from the steamer that brought them to Sequoia. At whose mill dock would those materials be discharged? Why, Cardigan's dock, of course. Ogilvy had probably called first on Cardigan to arrange that detail. Yes, the N.C.O. was going to carry its monumental bluff to the point of building a mile of track through town. No, they wouldn't spend that much money on a bluff. They wouldn't bribe Poundstone unless the road was meant. And was it a common carrier, after all? Had Cardigan in some mysterious manner managed to borrow enough money to parallel the Laguna Grande Lumber Company's logging road? And was he disguising it as a common carrier? The trail was growing hot. The Colonel mopped his brow and concentrated further. If the N.C.O. was really going to start operations, in order to move its material from the Cardigan dock to the scene of operations, it would have to cut his, the Colonel's, tracks somewhere on Water Street. Damnation! That was it! They were trying to slip one over on him. They were planning to get a jump crossing in before he should awake to the situation. They were planning, too, to have the city council slip through the franchise when nobody was looking. And once the crossing should be in, they could laugh at Colonel Pennington. "The scoundrels!" he murmured. "I'm on to them. Cardigan is playing the game with them. That's why he bought those rails from the old Laurel Creek spur. Oh, the sly young fox! Quoting that portion of our hauling contract which stipulates that all spurs and extensions of my road, once it enters Cardigan's lands, must be made at Cardigan's expense. And all to fool me into thinking he wanted those rails for an extension of his logging system. Oh, what a blithering idiot I have been! However, it's not too late yet. Poundstone is coming over to dinner Thursday night, and I'll wring the swine dry before he leaves the house. And as for those rails Cardigan managed to hornswoggle me out of—" He seized the telephone and fairly shouted to his exchange operator to get his woods foreman, Jules Rondeau, on the line. "That you, Rondeau?" he shouted when the big French-Canadian responded. "Pennington talking. What has young Cardigan done about those rails I sold him from the abandoned spur up Laurel Creek?" "He have 2 flat cars upon ze spur now. Dose woods gang of his, she tear up dose rails from ze head of ze spur and load in ze flat cars." "The cars haven't left the Laurel Creek spur, then?" "No, she don't leave yet." "See to it, Rondeau, that they do not leave until I give the word. Understand? Cardigan's woods boss will call you up and ask you to send a switch engine tip to snake them out late this afternoon or tomorrow afternoon. Tell him the switch engine is in the shop for repairs or is busy at other work, anything that will stall him off and delay delivery." "Suppose Bryce Cardigan he comes around and say why?" Rondeau queried cautiously. "Kill him," the Colonel retorted coolly. "It strikes me you and the Black Minorca are rather slow playing even with young Cardigan." Rondeau grunted. "I think maybe so you kill him yourself, boss," he replied enigmatically, and hung up. End of chapter 27. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 28 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 28. The dictograph which Shirley had asked Bryce to obtain for her in San Francisco arrived on the regular passenger steamer on Thursday morning, and Bryce called her up to ask when she desired it sent over. "Good morning, Mr. Cardigan," she greeted him cheerily. "How do you feel this morning? Any the worse for having permitted yourself to be a human being last night?" "Why, I feel pretty fine, Shirley. I think it did me a lot of good to crawl out of my shell last night." "You feel encouraged to go on living, huh?" "Yes." "And fighting?" "By all means." "Then something has occurred of late to give you new courage?" Oh, many things. Didn't I give an exhibition of my courage in accepting Ogilvy's invitation to dinner, knowing you were going to be there?" She did not like that. "You carry your frankness to extremes, my friend," she retorted. "I'm sure I've always been much nicer to you than you deserve." "Nevertheless, there wasn't any valid reason why I should tantalize myself last night." "Then why did you come?" He had a suspicion that she was laughing silently at him. "Partly to please Ogilvy, who had fallen head over heels in love with Moira. Partly to please Moira, who wanted me to meet you. But mostly to please myself, because, while I dreaded it, nevertheless I wanted to see you again. I comforted myself with the thought that for the sake of appearances we dared not quarrel in the presence of Moira and my friend Ogilvy. And I dare say you felt the same way. At any rate, I have seldom had more enjoyment when partaking of a meal with an enemy." "Please do not say that," she answered. "I am your opponent, but not your enemy." "That's nice of you. By the way, Shirley, you may inform your uncle at breakfast Friday morning about my connection with the N.C.O. In fact, I think it would be far better for you if you made it a point to do so." "Why?" "Because both Ogilvy and myself have a very strong suspicion that your uncle has a detective or two on our trails. There was a strange man rather prevalent around him all day yesterday, and I noticed a fellow following my car last night. He was on a bicycle and followed me home. I communicated my suspicions to Ogilvy, and this morning he spent 2 hours trying to shake the same man off his trail, and couldn't. So I judge your uncle will learn today that you dined with Ogilvy, Moira, and me last night." "Oh, dear, that's terrible." He could sense her distress. "Ashamed of having been seen in my company, eh?" "Please don't. Are you quite serious in this matter?" "Quite." "Uncle Seth will think it so strange." "He'll probably tell you about it. Better beat him to the issue by fessing up, Shirley. Doubtless his suspicions are already aroused, and if you inform him that you know I am the real builder of the N.C.O., he'll think you're a smart woman, and that you've been doing a little private gumshoe work of your own on behalf of the Laguna Grande Lumber Company." "Which is exactly what I have been doing," she reminded him. "I know. But then I'm not afraid of you, Shirley. That is, any more. And after Friday morning I'll not be afraid of your uncle. Do tell him at breakfast. Then watch to see if it affects his appetite." "Oh, dear, I feel as if I were a conspirator." "I believe you are one. Your dictograph has arrived. Shall I send George Sea Otter over with it? And have you somebody to install it?" "Oh, bother! Does it have to be installed?" "It does. You place the contraption hide it, rather in the room where the conspirators conspire. Then you run wires from it into another room where the detectives listen in on the receivers." "Could George Sea Otter install it?" "I think he could. There is a printed card of instructions, and I dare say George would find the job no more baffling than the ignition system on the Napier." "Will he tell anybody?" "Not if you ask him not to." "Not even you?" "Not even a whisper to himself, Shirley." "Very well, then. Please send him over. Thank you so much, Bryce Cardigan. You're an awful good old sort, after all. Really, it hurts me to have to oppose you. It would be so much nicer if we didn't have all those redwood trees to protect, wouldn't it?" "Let us not argue the question, Shirley. I think I have my redwood trees protected. Good by." He had scarcely finished telephoning his home to instruct George Sea Otter to report with the express package to Shirley, when Buck Ogilvy strolled into the office and tossed a document on his desk. "There's your little old temporary franchise, old thing," he announced. And with many a hearty laugh he related to Bryce the ingenious means by which he had obtained it. "And now if you will phone up your logging camp and instruct the woods boss to lay off about 50 men to rest for the day, pending a hard night's work, and arrange to send them down in the last log train today, I'll drop around after dinner and we'll fly to that jump crossing. Here's a list of the tools we'll need. I'll telephone Colonel Pennington's manager and ask him to kick a switch engine in on the Laurel Creek spur and snake those flat cars with my rails aboard out to the junction with the main line," Bryce replied. And he called up the Laguna Grande Lumber Company, only to be informed by no less a person than Colonel Pennington himself that it would be impossible to send the switch engine in until the following afternoon. The Colonel was sorry, but the switch engine was in the shop having the brick in her firebox renewed, while the mogul that hauled the log trams would not have time to attend to the matter, since the flats would have to be spotted on the side track at Cardigan's log landing in the woods, and this could not be done until the last loaded log train for the day had been hauled out to make room. "Why not switch back with the mogul after the log train has been hauled out on the main line?" Bryce demanded pointedly. Pennington, however, was not trapped. "My dear fellow," he replied patronizingly, "quite impossible, I assure you. That old trestle across the creek, my boy, it hasn't been looked at for years. While I'd send the light switch engine over it and have no fears, I happen to know, Colonel, that the big mogul kicked those flats in to load the rails." "I know it. And what happened? Why, that old trestle squeaked and shook and gave every evidence of being about to buckle in the center. My engineer threatened to quit if I sent him in again." "Very well. I suppose I'll have to wait until the switch engine comes out of the shop," Bryce replied resignedly, and hung up. He turned a troubled face to Ogilvy. "Checkmated," he announced. "Whipped to a frazzle. The Colonel is lying, Buck, and I've caught him at it. As a matter of fact, the mogul didn't kick those flats in at all. The switch engine did, and I know it. Now I'm going to send a man over to snoop around Pennington's roundhouse and verify his report about the switch engine being in the shop." He did so. Half an hour later the messenger returned with the information that not only was the switch engine not in the shop, but her firebox had been overhauled the week before and was reported to be in excellent condition. "That settles it," Buck Ogilvy mourned. "He had gumshoe men on my trail after all. They have reported, and the Colonel is as suspicious as a rhino. He doesn't know anything, but he smells danger just the same." "Exactly, Buck. So he is delaying the game until he can learn something definite." He drummed idly on his desk for several minutes. Then, "Buck, can you run a locomotive?" "With one hand, old man." "Fine business. Well, I guess we'll put in that crossing tomorrow night. The switch engine will be in the roundhouse at Pennington's mill tomorrow night, so we can't steal that, but we can steal the mogul. I'll just send word up to my woods boss not to have his train loaded when the mogul comes up late tomorrow afternoon to haul it down to our log landing. He will explain to the engineer and fireman that our big bull donkey went out and we couldn't get our logs down to the landing in time to get them loaded that day. Of course, the engine crew won't bother to run down to Sequoia for the night. That is, they won't run the mogul down. They'll just leave her at our log landing all night and put up for the night at our camp. However, if they should be forced, because of their private affairs, to return to Sequoia, they'll borrow my trackwalker's velocipede. I have one that is driven with a small gasoline engine. I use it in running back and forth to the logging camp in case I fail to connect with the log train." "But how do you know they will put up at your camp all night, Bryce?" "My men will make them comfortable, and it means they can lie abed until 7 o'clock instead of having to roll out at 5 o'clock, which would be the case if they spent the night at this end of the line. If they do not stay at our logging camp, the mogul will stay there, provided my woods foreman lends them my velocipede. The firemen would prefer that to firing that big mogul all the way back to Sequoia." "Yes," Buck agreed, "I think he would. There is a slight grade at our log landing. I know that because the air leaked out of the brakes on a log train I was on a short time ago, and the train ran away with me. Now the engine crew will set the air brakes on the mogul and leave her with steam up to throb all night. They'll not blow her down, for that would mean work firing her in the morning. Our task, Buck, will be to throw off the air brakes and let her glide silently out of our log landing. About a mile down the road we'll stop, get up steam, run down to the junction with the main line, back in on the Laurel Creek spur, couple on to those flat cars, and breeze merrily down to Sequoia with them. They'll be loaded, waiting for us. Our men will be congregated in our dry yard just off Water Street near B, waiting for us to arrive with the rails, and bingo, we go to it. After we drop the flats, we'll run the engine back to the woods, leave it where we found it, return a-flying on the velocipede, if that's there, or in my automobile, if it isn't there. You can get back in ample time to superintend the cutting of the crossing." "Spoken like a man," quoth Buck Ogilvy. "You're the one man in this world for whom I'd steal a locomotive. Atta boy!" Had either of the conspirators known of Pennington's plans to entertain Mayor Poundstone at dinner on Thursday night, it is probable they would not have cheered until those flat cars were out of the woods. Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 29. Mayor Poundstone and his wife arrived at the Pennington home in Redwood Boulevard at 6:45 Thursday evening. It was with a profound feeling of relief that His Honor lifted the lady from their modest little flivver, for once inside the Pennington house, he felt, he would be free from a peculiarly devilish brand of persecution inaugurated by his wife about 3 months previously. Mrs. Poundstone wanted a new automobile, and she had entered upon a campaign of nagging and complaint, hoping to wear Poundstone's resistance down to the point where he would be willing to barter his hope of salvation in return for a guarantee of peace on earth. "I feel like a perfect fool, calling upon these people in this filthy little rattle-trap," Mrs. Poundstone protested, as they passed up the cement walk toward the Pennington portal. Mayor Poundstone paused. Had he been Medusa, the glance he bent upon his spouse would have transformed her instantly into a not particularly symmetrical statue of concrete. He had reached the breaking point. "In pity's name, woman," he growled, "talk about something else. Give me one night of peace. Let me enjoy my dinner and this visit." "I can't help it," Mrs. P. retorted with asperity. She pointed to Shirley Sumner's car parked under the porte cochere. "If I had a sedan like that, I could die happy. And it only cost $3,250. "I paid $650 for the rattletrap, and I couldn't afford that," he almost whimpered. "You were happy with it until I was elected mayor." "You forget our social position, my dear," she purred sweetly. He could have struck her. "Hang your social position," he gritted savagely. "Shut up, will you? Social position in a sawmill town. Rats." "Sh! Control yourself, Henry." She plucked gently at his arm. With her other hand she lifted the huge knocker on the front door. "Damn it, you'll drive me crazy yet," Poundstone gurgled, and subsided. The Pennington butler, a very superior person, opened the door and swept them with a faintly disapproving glance. It is possible that he found Mayor Poundstone, who was adorned with a white string tie, a soft slouch hat, a Prince Albert coat, and horseshoe-cut vest, mildly amusing. The Poundstones entered. At the entrance to the living room the butler announced sonorously, "Mayor Poundstone and Mrs. Poundstone." "Glad to see you aboard the ship," Colonel Pennington boomed with his best air of hearty expansiveness. "Well, well," he continued, leading Mrs. Poundstone to a divan in front of the fire. "This is certainly delightful. My niece will be down in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Have a cigarette, Mr. Poundstone." In the midst of the commonplace chatter incident to such occasions, Shirley entered the room; and the Colonel, leaving her to entertain the guests, went to a small sideboard in one corner and brought forth the "materials," as he jocularly termed them. James appeared like magic with a tray, glasses, and tiny serviettes, and the Colonel's elixir was passed to the company. "To your beautiful eyes, Mrs. Poundstone," was Pennington's debonair toast as he fixed Mrs. P.'s green orbs with his own. "Poundstone, your very good health, sir." "Delicious," murmured Mrs. Poundstone. "Perfectly delicious, and not a bit strong." "Have another," her hospitable host suggested, and he poured it, quite oblivious of the frightened wink which the Mayor telegraphed his wife. "I will, if Miss Sumner will join me," Mrs. P. acquiesced. "Thanks. I seldom drink a cocktail, and one is always my limit," Shirley replied smilingly. "Oh, well," the Colonel retorted agreeably, "we'll make it a 3-cornered festival. Poundstone, smoke up." They "smoked up," and Poundstone prayed to his rather nebulous gods that Mrs. P. would not discuss automobiles during the dinner. Alas! The Colonel's cocktails were not unduly fortified, but, for all that, the 2 which Mrs. Poundstone had assimilated contained just sufficient kick to loosen the lady's tongue without thickening it. Consequently, about the time the pièce de résistance made its appearance, she threw caution to the winds and adverted to the subject closest to her heart. "I was telling Henry as we came up the walk how greatly I envied you that beautiful sedan, Miss Sumner," she gushed. "Isn't it a perfectly stunning car?" Poundstone made one futile attempt to head her off. "And I was telling Mrs. Poundstone," he struck in with a pathetic attempt to appear humorous and condescending, "that a little jitney was our gait, and that she might as well abandon her passionate yearning for a closed car. Angelina, my dear, something tells me I'm going to enjoy this dinner a whole lot more if you'll just make up your mind to be real nice and resign yourself to the inevitable." "Never, my dear, never." She shook a coy finger at him. "You dear old tighty," she cooed. "You don't realize what a closed car means to a woman." She turned to Shirley. "How an open car does blow one around, my dear." "Yes, indeed," said Shirley innocently. "Heard the McKinnon people had a man killed up in their woods yesterday, Colonel," Poundstone remarked, hoping against hope to divert the conversation. "Yes, the fellow's own fault," Pennington replied. "He was one of those employees who held to the opinion that every man is the captain of his own soul, and the sole proprietor of his own body, hence that it behooved him to look after both, in view of the high cost of safety appliances. He was warned that the logging cable was weak at that old splice and liable to pull out of the becket, and sure enough it did. The free end of the cable snapped back like a whip, and "I hold to the opinion," Mrs. Poundstone interrupted, "that if one wishes for a thing hard enough and just keeps on wishing, one is bound to get it." "My dear," said Mr. Poundstone impressively, "if you would only confine yourself to wishing, I assure you your chances for success would be infinitely brighter." There was no mistaking this rebuke. Even 2 cocktails were powerless to render Mrs. Poundstone oblivious to it. Shirley and her uncle saw the Mayor's lady flush slightly. They caught the glint of murder in his Honor's eye, and the keen intelligence of each warned them that closed cars should be a closed topic of conversation with the Poundstones. With the nicest tact in the world, Shirley adroitly changed the subject to some tailored shirtwaists she had observed in the window of a local dry goods emporium that day, and Mrs. Poundstone subsided. About 9 o'clock, Shirley, in response to a meaning glance from her relative, tactfully convoyed Mrs. Poundstone upstairs, leaving her uncle alone with his prey. Instantly Pennington got down to business. "Well," he queried, apropos of nothing, "what do you hear with reference to the Northern California-Oregon Railroad?" "Oh, the usual amount of wind, Colonel. Nobody knows what to make of that outfit." Pennington studied the end of his cigar a moment. "Well, I don't know what to think of that project either," he admitted presently. "But while it looks like a fake, I have a suspicion that where there's so much smoke one is likely to discover a little fire. I've been waiting to see whether or not they will apply for a franchise to enter the city, but they seem to be taking their time about it." "They certainly are a deliberate crowd," the Mayor murmured. "Have they made any moves to get a franchise?" Pennington asked bluntly. "If they have, I suppose you would be the first man to hear about it. I don't mean to be impertinent," he added with a gracious smile, "but the fact is I noticed that windbag Ogilvy entering your office in the City Hall the other afternoon, and I couldn't help wondering whether his visit was social or official." "Social, so far as I could observe," Poundstone replied truthfully, wondering just how much Pennington knew, and rather apprehensive that he might get caught in a lie before the evening was over. "Preliminary to the official visit, I dare say." The Colonel puffed thoughtfully for a while, for which the Mayor was grateful, since it provided time in which to organize himself. Suddenly, however, Pennington turned toward his guest and fixed the latter with a serious glance. "I hadn't anticipated discussing this matter with you, Poundstone, and you must forgive me for it. But the fact is, I might as well be frank with you, I am very greatly interested in the operation of this proposed railroad." "Indeed? Financially?" "Yes, but not in the financial way you think. If that railroad is built, it will have a very distinct effect on my finances." "In just what way?" "Disastrous." "I am amazed, Colonel." "You wouldn't if you had given the subject very close consideration. The logical route for this railroad is from Willits north to Sequoia, not from Sequoia north to Grant's Pass, Oregon. Such a road as the N.C.O. contemplates will tap about 1/3 of the redwood belt only, while a line built in from the south will tap 2/3 of it. The remaining third can be tapped by an extension of my own logging road. When my own timber is logged out, I will want other business for my road, and if the N.C.O. parallels it, I will be left with 2 streaks of rust on my hands." "Ah, I perceive. So it will, so it will." You agree with me, then, Poundstone, that the N.C.O. is not designed to foster the best interests of the community. Of course you do.
Well, I hadn't given the subject very mature thought, Colonel, but in the light of your observations it would appear that you are quite right.
Of course I am right. I take it, therefore, that when the N.C.O. applies for its franchise to run through Sequoia, neither you nor your city council will consider the proposition at all.
I cannot, of course, speak for the city council, Poundstone began, but Pennington's cold, amused smile froze further utterance.
Be frank with me, Poundstone. I am not a child. What I would like to know is this. Will you exert every effort to block that franchise in the firm conviction that by doing so you will accomplish a laudable public service?
Poundstone squirmed. I should not care, at this time, to go on record, he replied evasively. When I have had time to look into the matter more thoroughly—
Tut, tut, my dear man. Let us not straddle the fence. Business is a game, and so is politics. Neither knows any sentiment. Suppose you should favor this N.C.O. crowd in a mistaken idea that you are doing the right thing, and that subsequently numberless fellow citizens developed the idea that you had not done your public duty. Would some of them not be likely to invoke a recall election and retire you and your city council in disgrace?
I doubt if they could defeat me, Colonel.
I have no such doubt,
Pennington replied pointedly. Poundstone looked up at him from under lowered lids. Is that a threat? He demanded tremulously.
My dear fellow, threaten my guest? Pennington laughed patronizingly. I am giving you advice, Poundstone, and rather good advice, it strikes me. However, while we're on the subject, I have no hesitancy in telling you that in the event of a disastrous decision on your part, I should not feel justified in supporting you. He might, with equal frankness, have said, I would smash you. To his guest his meaning was not obscure. Poundstone studied the pattern of the rug, and Pennington, watching him sharply, saw that the man was distressed. Then suddenly one of those brilliant inspirations, or flashes of rare intuition, which had helped so materially to fashion Pennington into a captain of industry, came to him. He resolved on a bold stroke. Let's not beat about the bush, Poundstone, he said with the air of a father patiently striving to induce his child to recant a lie, tell the truth, and save himself from the parental wrath. You've been doing business with Ogilvy. I know it for a fact, and you might as well admit it. Poundstone looked up, red and embarrassed. If I had known— he began. Certainly, certainly. I realize you acted in perfect good faith. You're like the majority of people in Sequoia. You're all so crazy for rail connection with the outside world that you jump at the first plan that seems to promise you one. Now, I'm as eager as the others, but if we are going to have a railroad, I, for one, desire the right kind of railroad. And the N.C.O. isn't the right kind. That is, not for the interests I represent. Have you promised Ogilvy a franchise? There was no dodging that question. A denial, under the present circumstances, would be tantamount to an admission. Poundstone could not guess just how much the Colonel really knew, and it would not do to lie to him, since eventually the lie must be discovered. Caught between the horns of a dilemma, Poundstone only knew that Ogilvy could never be to him such a powerful enemy as Colonel Seth Pennington. So, after the fashion of his kind, he chose the lesser of two evils. He resolved to come clean. The city council has already granted the N.C.O. a temporary franchise, he confessed. Pennington sprang furiously to his feet. Damn it, he snarled. Why did you do that without consulting me? Didn't know you were remotely interested. Now that the ice was broken, Poundstone felt relieved and was prepared to defend his act vigorously. And we did not commit ourselves irrevocably, he continued. The temporary franchise will expire in 28 days, and in that short time the N.C.O. cannot even get started. Have you any understanding as to an extension of that temporary franchise, in case the N.C.O. desires it? Well, yes. Not in writing, however. I gave Ogilvy to understand that if he was not ready in 30 days, an extension could readily be arranged. Any witnesses? I am not such a fool, sir, Poundstone declared with asperity. I had a notion, I might as well admit it, that you would have serious objection to having your tracks cut by a jump crossing at B and Water Streets. And for no reason in life except to justify himself and inculcate in Pennington an impression that the latter was dealing with a crafty and far-seeing mayor, Poundstone smiled boldly and knowingly. I repeat, he said, that I did not put it in writing. He leaned back nonchalantly and blew smoke at the ceiling. You oily rascal, Pennington soliloquized. You're a smarter man than I thought. You're trying to play both ends against the middle. He recalled the report of his private detective and the incident of Ogilvy's visit to young Henry Poundstone's office with a small leather bag. He was more than ever convinced that this bag had contained the bribe, in gold coin, which had been productive of that temporary franchise and the verbal understanding for its possible extension. Ogilvy did business with you through your son Henry, he challenged. Poundstone started violently. How much did Henry get out of it? Pennington continued brutally. $250 retainer, and not a cent more, Poundstone protested virtuously and truthfully. You're not so good a businessman as I gave you credit for being, the Colonel retorted mirthfully. $250? Oh, Lord. Poundstone, you're funny. Upon my word, you're a scream. And the Colonel gave himself up to a sincerely hearty laugh. You call it a retainer, he continued presently, but a grand jury might call it something else. However, he went on after a slight pause, you're not in politics for your health, so let's get down to brass tacks. How much do you want to deny the N.C.O. not only an extension of that temporary franchise, but also a permanent franchise when they apply for it? Poundstone rose with great dignity. Colonel Pennington, sir, he said, you insult me. Sit down. You've been insulted that way before now. Shall we say $1,000 per each of your 3 good councilmen and true? And for yourself that sedan of my niece's? It's a good car. Last year's model, but only run about 4,000 miles and in tip-top condition. It's always had the best of care, and I imagine it will please Mrs. P. immensely and grant you surcease from sorrow. Of course, I will not give it to you. I'll sell it to you, 500 down upon the signing of the agreement, and in lieu of the cash, I will take over that jitney Mrs. Poundstone finds so distasteful. Then I will employ your son Henry as the attorney for the Laguna Grande Lumber Company, and give him a retainer of $2,500 for 1 year. I will leave it to you to get this $2,500 from Henry and pay my niece cash for the car. Doesn't that strike you as a perfectly safe and sane proposition? Had a vista of paradise opened up before Mr. Poundstone, he could not have been more thrilled. He had been absolutely honest in his plea to Mrs. Poundstone that he could not afford a $3,250 sedan, much as he longed to oblige her and gain a greatly to be desired peace. And now the price was dangling before his eyes, so to speak. At any rate, it was parked in the porte cochere not 50 feet distant. For the space of a minute the Mayor weighed his son's future as a corporation attorney against his own future as Mayor of Sequoia, and Henry lost. "It might be arranged, Colonel," he murmured in a low voice, the voice of shame. "It is already arranged," the Colonel replied cheerfully. "Leave your jit at the front gate and drive home in Shirley's car. I'll arrange matters with her." He laughed shortly. "It means, of course, that I'll have to telegraph to San Francisco tomorrow and buy her a later model. Thank goodness, she has a birthday tomorrow. Have a fresh cigar, Mayor." Riding home that night in Shirley Sumner's car, Mrs. Poundstone leaned suddenly toward her husband, threw a fat arm around his neck, and kissed him. "Oh, Henry, you darling!" she purred. "What did I tell you? If a person only wishes hard enough—" "Oh, go to the devil!" he roared angrily. "You've nagged me into it. Shut up and take your arm away. Do you want me to wreck the car before we've had it an hour?" As for Colonel Pennington, he had little difficulty in explaining the deal to Shirley, who was sleepy and not at all interested. The Poundstones had bored her to extinction, and upon her uncle's assurance that she would have a new car within a week, she thanked him and for the first time retired without offering her cheek for his good night kiss. Shortly thereafter the Colonel sought his own virtuous coach and prepared to surrender himself to the first good sleep in 3 weeks. He laid the flattering unction to his soul that Bryce Cardigan had dealt him a poor hand from a marked deck, and he had played it exceedingly well. "Lucky I blocked the young beggar from getting those rails out of the Laurel Creek spur," he mused, "or he'd have his jump crossing in overnight. And then where the devil would I have been? Up Salt Creek without a paddle, and all the courts in Christendom would avail me nothing." He was dozing off when a sound smote upon his ears. Instantly he was wide awake, listening intently, his head cocked on one side. The sound grew louder. Evidently it was approaching Sequoia, and with a bound the Colonel sat up in bed, trembling in every limb. Suddenly out of the deep, rumbling diapason he heard a sharp click. Then another and another. He counted them. 6 in all. "A locomotive and 2 flat cars," he murmured. "And they just passed over the switch leading from the main line tracks out to my log dump. That means the train is going down Water Street to the switch into Cardigan's yard. By George, they've outwitted me!" With the agility of a boy he sprang into his clothes, raced downstairs, and leaped into Mayor Poundstone's jitney, standing in the darkness at the front gate. Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 30. The success of Bryce Cardigan's plan for getting M's rails down from Laurel Creek depended entirely upon the whimsy which might seize the crew of the big mogul that hauled the last load of logs out of Cardigan's redwoods on Thursday afternoon. Should the engineer and fireman decide to leave the locomotive at the logging camp for the night, Bryce's task would be as simple as turning a hose down a squirrel hole. On the other hand, should they run back to Sequoia with the engine, he and Ogilvy faced the alternative of borrowing it from the Laguna Grande Lumber Company's roundhouse. And that operation, in view of the fact that Pennington's night watchman would be certain to hear the engine leaving, offered difficulties. Throughout the afternoon, after having sent his orders in writing to the woods boss, via George Sea Otter, for he dared not trust to the telephone, he waited in his office for a telephone call from the logging camp as to what action the engine crew had taken. He could not work. He could not think. He only knew that all depended upon the success of his coup tonight. Finally, at 6:15, Curtis, his woods boss, rang in. "They're staying here all night, sir," he reported. "House them as far from the log landing as possible, and organize a poker game to keep them busy in case they don't go to bed before 8 o'clock," Bryce ordered. "In the meantime, send a man you can trust, Jim Harding, who runs the big bull donkey, will do, down to the locomotive to keep steam up until I arrive." He had scarcely hung up when Buck Ogilvy came into the office. "Well?" he queried casually. "Safe-o, Buck," replied Bryce. "How about your end of the contract?" "Crowbars, picks, shovels, hacksaws to cut the rails, lanterns to work by, and men to do the work will be cached in your lumber yard by 9 o'clock, waiting for the rails to arrive." Bryce nodded his approval. "Then I suppose there's nothing to do but get a bite of dinner and proceed to business." Buck insisted on keeping an engagement to dine with Moira, and Bryce agreed to call for him at the Bon Gusto restaurant. Then Bryce went home to dine with his father. Old Cardigan was happier than his son had seen him since the return of the latter to Sequoia. "Well, sonny, I've had a mighty pleasant afternoon," he declared as Bryce led him to the dinner table. "I've been up to the Valley of the Giants." Bryce was amazed. "Why, how could you?" he demanded. "The old skid road is impassable, and after you leave the end of the skid road, the trail into Mother's grave is so overgrown with buckthorn and wild lilac, I doubt if a rabbit could get through it comfortably." "Not a bit of it," the old man replied. "Somebody has gone to work and planked that old skid road and put up a hand railing on each side, while the trail through the Giants has been grubbed out and smoothed over. All that old logging cable I abandoned in those choppings has been strung from tree to tree alongside the path on both sides. I can go up there alone now, once George sets me on the old skid road. I can't get lost." "How did you discover this?" Bryce demanded. "Judge Moore, representing the new owner, called round this morning and took me in tow. He said his client knew the property held for me a certain sentimental value which wasn't transferred in the deed, and so the judge had been instructed to have the skid road planked and the forest trail grubbed out for me. It appears that the valley is going to be a public park after all, but for the present and while I live it is my private park." "This is perfectly amazing, partner." "It's mighty comforting," his father admitted. "Guess the new owner must be one of my old friends, perhaps somebody I did a favor for once, and this is his way of repaying. Remember that old sugar pine windfall we used to sit on? Well, it's rotted through, and bears have clawed it into chips in their search for grubs. But the new owner had a seat put in there for me, just the kind of seat I like. A lumberjack's rocking chair made from an old vinegar barrel. I sat in it, and the judge left me, and I did a right smart lot of thinking. And while it didn't lead me anywhere, still You felt better, didn't you?" his son suggested. John Cardigan nodded. "I'd like to know the name of the owner," he said presently. "I'd like mighty well to say thank you to him. It isn't usual for people nowadays to have as much respect for sentiment in an old duffer like me as this fellow has. He sort of makes me feel as if I hadn't sold at all." Buck Ogilvy came out of the Bon Gusto restaurant with Moira, just as Bryce, with George Sea Otter at the wheel of the Napier, drove up to the curb. They left Moira at her boarding house and rolled noiselessly away. At 9 o'clock they arrived at Cardigan's log landing and found Jim Harding, the bull donkey engineer, placidly smoking his pipe in the cab. Bryce hailed him. "That you, Jim?" "You bet." "Run up to Jabe Curtis's shanty and tell him we're here. Have him gather his gang and bring 2 pairs of overalls and 2 jumpers, large size, with him when he comes." Harding vanished into the darkness, and Buck Ogilvy climbed up into the cab and glanced at the steam gauge. "140," he announced. "Good enough." Presently the woods boss, accompanied by 30 of his best men, came down to the log landing. At Bryce's order they clambered aboard the engine and tender, hanging on the steps, on the roof of the cab, on the cow catcher, anywhere they could find a toe hold. Harding cast aside the 2 old ties which the careful engine crew had placed across the tracks in front of the drivers as additional precaution. Buck Ogilvy cut off the air, and the locomotive and tender began to glide slowly down the almost imperceptible grade. With a slight click it cleared the switch and slid out onto the Cardigan lateral, swiftly gathering speed. A quarter of a mile down the line Buck Ogilvy applied the brakes and eased her down to 20 miles per hour. At the junction with the main line Buck backed briskly up into the Laguna Grande woods and coupled to the 2 loaded flat cars. The woods gang scrambled aboard the flats, and the train pulled out for Sequoia. 40 minutes later they rumbled down Water Street and slid to a grinding halt at the intersection of B Street. From the darkness of Cardigan's drying yard, where they had been waiting, 20 picked men of the mill crew now emerged, bearing lanterns and tools. Under Buck Ogilvy's direction the dirt promptly began to fly, while the woods crew unloaded the rails and piled them close to the sidewalk. Suddenly a voice, harsh and strident with passion, rose above the thud of the picks and the clang of metal. "Who's in charge here, and what in blazes do you mean by cutting my tracks?" Bryce turned in time to behold Colonel Seth Pennington leap from an automobile and advance upon Buck Ogilvy. Ogilvy held a lantern up to the Colonel's face and surveyed Pennington calmly. "Colonel," he began with exasperating politeness, "I presume you are Colonel Pennington? My name is Buchanan P. Ogilvy, and I am in charge of these operations. I am the vice president and general manager of the N.C.O., and I am engaged in the blithe task of making a jump crossing of your rails. I had hoped to accomplish this without your knowledge or consent, but now that you are here, that hope of course has died a-bornin'. Have a cigar." And he thrust a perfecto under the Colonel's nose. Pennington struck it to the ground, and on the instant half a dozen rough rascals emptied their shovels over him. He was deluged with dirt. "Stand back, Colonel, stand back, if you please. You're in the way of the shovelers," Buck Ogilvy warned him soothingly. Bryce Cardigan came over, and at sight of him Pennington choked with fury. You he sputtered, unable to say more. "I'm the N.C.O.," Bryce replied. "Nice little fiction that of yours about this switch engine being laid up in the shops and the Laurel Creek bridge being unsafe for this big mogul." He looked Pennington over with frank admiration. "You're certainly on the job, Colonel. I'll say that much for you. The man who plans to defeat you must jump far and fast, or his tail will be trod on."
"You've stolen my engine!" Pennington almost screamed. "I'll have the law on you for grand larceny." "Tut, tut! You don't know who stole your engine. For all you know, your own engine crew may have run it down here." "I'll attend to you, sir," Pennington replied, and he turned to enter Mayor Poundstone's little flivver. "Not to night, at least," Bryce retorted gently. "Having gone this far, I would be a poor general to permit you to escape now with the news of your discovery. You'd be down here in an hour with a couple of hundred members of your mill crew and give us the rush. You will oblige me, Colonel Pennington, by remaining exactly where you are until I give you permission to depart." "And if I refuse?" "Then I shall manhandle you, truss you up like a fowl in the tonneau of your car, and gag you." To Bryce's infinite surprise the Colonel smiled. "Oh, very well," he replied. "I guess you've got the bulge on me, young man. Do you mind if I sit in the warm cab of my own engine? I came away in such a hurry I quite forgot my overcoat." "Not at all. I'll sit up there and keep you company." Half an hour passed. An automobile came slowly up Water Street and paused half a block away, evidently reconnoitering the situation. Instantly the Colonel thrust his head out of the cab window. "Sexton!" he shouted. "Cardigan's cutting in a crossing. He's holding me here against my will. Get the mill crew together and phone for Rondeau and his woods crew. Send the switch engine and a couple of flats up for them. Phone Poundstone. Tell him to have the chief of police—" Bryce Cardigan's great hand closed over the Colonel's neck, while down Water Street a dark streak that was Buck Ogilvy sped toward the automobile, intending to climb in and make Pennington's manager a prisoner also. He was too late, however. Sexton swung his car and departed at full speed down Water Street, leaving the disappointed Buck to return panting to the scene of operations. Bryce Cardigan released his hold on Pennington's neck. "You win, Colonel," he announced. "No good can come of holding you here any longer. Into your car and on your way." "Thank you, young man," the Colonel answered, and there was a metallic ring in his voice. He looked at his watch in the glare of a torch. "Plenty of time," he murmured. "Curfew shall not ring to-night." Quite deliberately he climbed into the Mayor's late source of woe and breezed away. Colonel Pennington did not at once return to his home, however. Instead, he drove up to the business center of the town. The streets were deserted, but one saloon, the Sawdust Pile, was still open. Pennington strode through the bar and into the back room, where a number of poker games were in progress. For a moment he stood, his cold, ophidian glance circling the room until it came to rest on no less a personage than the Black Minorca, an individual with whom the reader has already had some slight acquaintance. It will be recalled that the Black Minorca led the futile rush against Bryce Cardigan that day in Pennington's woods. The Colonel approached the table where the Black Minorca sat thumbing the edges of his cards and touched the cholo on the shoulder. The Black Minorca turned, and Pennington nodded to him to follow, whereupon the latter cashed in his chips and joined his employer on the sidewalk. Here a whispered conversation ensued, and at its conclusion the Black Minorca nodded vigorously. "Sure," he assured the Colonel. "I'll fix 'em good and plenty." Together Pennington and the Black Minorca entered the automobile and proceeded swiftly to the Laguna Grande Lumber Company's mill office. From a locker the Colonel produced a repeating rifle and 3 boxes of cartridges, which he handed to the cholo, who departed without further ado into the night. 20 minutes later, from the top of a lumber pile in Cardigan's drying yard,
Bryce Cardigan saw the flash of a rifle and felt a sudden sting on his left forearm. He leaped around in front of the cowcatcher to gain the shelter of the engine, and another bullet struck at his feet and ricocheted off into the night. It was followed by a fusillade, the bullets kicking up the freshly disturbed earth among the workers and sending them scurrying to various points of safety. In an instant the crossing was deserted, and work had been stopped, while from the top of the adjacent lumber pile the Black Minorca poured a stream of lead and filthy invective at every point which he suspected of harboring a Cardigan follower. "I don't think he's hurt anybody," Buck Ogilvy whispered as he crouched with Bryce beside the engine. "But that's due to his marksmanship rather than his intentions." "He tried hard enough to plug me," Bryce declared, and showed the hole through his sleeve. "They call him the Black Minorca, and he's a mongrel greaser who'd kill his own mother for a $50 bill." "I'd like to plug him," Buck murmured regretfully. "What would be the use? This will be his last night in Humboldt County." A rifle shot rang out from the side of B Street. From the lumber pile across the street, Bryce and Ogilvy heard a suppressed grunt of pain and a crash as of a breaking board. Instantly out of the shadows George Sea Otter came padding on velvet feet, rifle in hand, and then Bryce understood. "All right, boss," said George simply as he joined Bryce and Ogilvy under the lee of the locomotive. "Now we get busy again." "Safe-o, men," Ogilvy called. "Back on the job." And while Bryce, followed by the careless George Sea Otter, went into the lumber yard to succor the enemy, Ogilvy set an example to the men by stepping into the open and starting briskly to work with a shovel. At the bottom of the pile of lumber the Black Minorca was discovered with a severe flesh wound in his right hip. Also, he was suffering from numerous bruises and contusions. George Sea Otter possessed himself of the fallen cholo's rifle, while Bryce picked the wretch up and carried him to his automobile. "Take the swine over to the Laguna Grande Lumber Company's hospital and tell them to patch him up," he ordered George Sea Otter. "I'll keep both rifles and the ammunition here for Jules Rondeau and his woods gang. They'll probably be dropping in on us about 2 a.m., if I know anything about Colonel Pennington's way of doing things." End of chapter 30. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 31 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 31. Having dispatched the Black Minorca to hold up the work until the arrival of reinforcements, Colonel Pennington fairly burned the streets en route to his home. He realized that there would be no more sleep for him that night, and he was desirous of getting into a heavy ulster before venturing forth again into the night air. The violent slam with which he closed the front door after him brought Shirley, in dressing gown and slippers, to the staircase. "Uncle Seth," she called. "Here," he replied from the hall below. "What's the matter?" "There's the devil to pay," he answered. "That fellow Cardigan is back of the N.C.O. after all, and he and Ogilvy have a gang of 50 men down at the intersection of Water and B Streets, cutting in a jump crossing of our line." He dashed into the living room, and she heard him calling frantically into the telephone. "At last," she murmured, and crept down the stairs, pausing behind the heavy portieres at the entrance to the living room. "That you, Poundstone?" she heard him saying rapidly into the transmitter. "Pennington speaking. Young Bryce Cardigan is behind that N.C.O. outfit, and it's a logging road and not intended to build through to Grant's Pass at all. Cardigan and Ogilvy are at Water and B Streets this very instant, with a gang of 50 men cutting in a jump crossing of my line, curse them. They'll have it in by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning if something isn't done, and once they get it in, the fat's in the fire. Telephone the chief of police and order him to take his entire force down there if necessary and stop that work. To blazes with that temporary franchise. You stop that work for 2 hours, and I'll do the rest. Tell the chief of police not to recognize that temporary franchise. He can be suspicious of it, can't he, and refuse to let the work go on until he finds you? And you can be hard to find for 2 hours, can you not? Delay, delay, man. That's all I want. Yes, yes, I understand. You get down about daylight and roast the chief of police for interfering. But in the meantime... Thank you, Poundstone, thank you. Goodbye. He stood at the telephone, the receiver still held to his ear and right forefinger holding down the hook while the line cleared. When he spoke again, Shirley knew he was calling his mill office. He got a response immediately, notwithstanding the lateness of the hour. Sexton? Pennington speaking. I've sent over the Black Minorca with a rifle and 60 rounds of ammunition. What? You can hear him shooting already? Bully boy with a crockery eye. He'll clean that gang out and keep them from working until the police arrive. You've telephoned Rondeau, have you? Good. He'll have his men waiting at the log landing, and there'll be no delay. As soon as you've seen the switch engine started for the woods, meet me down at Water and B Streets. Sexton, we've got to block them. It means a loss of millions to me if we fail. Shirley was standing in the doorway as he faced about from the telephone. Uncle Seth, she said quietly, use any honorable method of defeating Bryce Cardigan, but call off the Black Minorca. I shall hold you personally responsible for Bryce Cardigan's life, and if you fail me, I shall never forgive you. Silly, silly girl, he soothed her. Don't you know I would not stoop to bushwhacking? There's some shooting going on, but it's wild shooting, just to frighten Cardigan and his men off the job. You can't frighten him, she cried passionately. You know you can't. He'll kill the Black Minorca, or the Black Minorca will kill him. Go instantly and stop it. All right, he said rather humbly, and sprang down the front steps into the waiting car. I'll play the game fairly, Shirley, never fear. She stood in the doorway and watched the red tail light, like a malevolent eye, disappear down the street. And presently, as she stood there, down the boulevard a huge gray car came slipping noiselessly, so noiselessly, in fact, that Shirley recognized it by that very quality of silence. It was Bryce Cardigan's Napier. George, she called, come here. The car slid over to the gate and stopped at the sight of the slim white figure running down the garden walk. Is Mr. Cardigan hurt? She demanded in an agony of suspense. George Sea Otter grunted contemptuously. Nobody hurt 'cept the Black Minorca. I am taking him to your company hospital, miss. He tried to shoot my boss, so I shoot him myself once through the leg. Now my boss says, take him to the Laguna Grande hospital, George. Me, I would drop this greaser in the bay if I was the boss. She laughed hysterically. On your way back from the hospital, stop and pick me up, George, she ordered. This senseless feud has gone far enough. I must stop it at once. He touched his broad hat, and she returned to the house to dress. Meanwhile, Colonel Pennington had reached the crossing once more, simultaneously with the arrival of Sam Perkins, the chief of police, accompanied by 2 automobiles crammed with patrolmen. Perkins strutted up to Bryce Cardigan and Buck Ogilvy. "What's the meaning of all this row, Mr. Cardigan?" he demanded. "Something has slipped, Sam," Bryce retorted pleasantly. "You've been calling me Bryce for the past 20 years, and now you're mistering me?" "The meaning of this row, you ask?" Bryce continued. "Well, I'm engaged in making a jump crossing of Colonel Pennington's tracks, under a temporary franchise granted me by the city of Sequoia. Here's the franchise." And he thrust the document under the police chief's nose. "This is the first I've heard about any franchise," Sam Perkins replied suspiciously. "Seems to me you've been mighty secret about this job. How do I know this ain't a forgery?" "Call up the mayor and ask him," Bryce suggested. "I'll do that," quoth Mr. Perkins ponderously. "And in the meantime don't do any more digging or rail cutting." He hurried away to his automobile, leaving a lieutenant in charge of the squad. "Also in the meantime, young man," Colonel Pennington announced, "you will pardon me if I take possession of my locomotive and flat cars. I observe you have finished unloading those rails." "Help yourself, Colonel," Bryce replied, with an assumption of heartiness he was far from feeling. "Thank you so much, Cardigan." With the greatest good nature in life, Pennington climbed into the cab, reached for the bell cord, and rang the bell vigorously. Then he permitted himself a triumphant toot of the whistle, after which he threw off the air and gently opened the throttle. He was not a locomotive engineer, but he had ridden in the cab of his own locomotive and felt quite confident of his ability in a pinch. With a creak and a bump the train started, and the Colonel ran it slowly up until the locomotive stood on the tracks exactly where Buck Ogilvy had been cutting in his crossing. Whereupon the Colonel locked the brakes, opened his exhaust, and blew the boiler down, and when the last ounce of steam had escaped, he descended and smilingly accosted Bryce Cardigan. "That engine being my property," he announced, "I'll take the short end of any bet you care to make, young man, that it will sit on those tracks until your temporary franchise expires. I'd give a good deal to see anybody not in my employ attempt to get up steam in that boiler until I give the word. Cut in your jump crossing now if you can, you whelp, and be damned to you. I've got you blocked." "I rather imagine this nice gentleman has it on us, old dear," chirped Buck Ogilvy plaintively. "Well, we did our damnedest, which angels can't do no more. Let us gather up our tools and go home, my son, for something tells me that if I hang around here I'll bust one of 2 things: this sleek scoundrel's gray head, or one of my bellicose veins. Hello, whom have we here?" Bryce turned and found himself facing Shirley Sumner. Her tender lip was quivering, and the tears shone in her eyes like stars. He stared at her in silence. "My friend," she murmured tremulously, "didn't I tell you I would not permit you to build the N.C.O.?" He bowed his head in rage and shame at his defeat. Buck Ogilvy took him by the arm. "'Tis midnight's holy hour,'" he quoted, "and silence now is brooding like a gentle spirit o'er a still and pulseless world. Bryce, old chap, this is one of those occasions where silence is golden. Speak not. I'll do it for you. Miss Sumner," he continued, bowing graciously, "and Colonel Pennington," favoring that triumphant rascal with an equally gracious bow, "we leave you in possession of the field temporarily. However, if anybody should drive up in a hack and lean out and ask you, Just tell him Buck Ogilvy has another trump tucked away in his kimono."
Bryce turned to go, but with a sudden impulse Shirley laid her hand on his arm, his left arm. "Bryce!" she murmured. He lifted her hand gently from his forearm, led her to the front of the locomotive, and held her hand up to the headlight. Her fingers were crimson with blood. "Your uncle's killer did that, Shirley," he said ironically. "It's only a slight flesh wound, but that is no fault of your allies. Good night." And he left her standing, pale of face and trembling, in the white glare of the headlight. End of chapter 31. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 32 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 32. Shirley made no effort to detain Bryce Cardigan as he walked to his car and climbed into it. Ogilvy remained merely long enough to give orders to the foreman to gather up the tools, store them in the machine shop of Cardigan's mill, and dismiss his gang. Then he too entered the automobile, and at a word from Bryce the car slid noiselessly away into the darkness. The track-cutting crew departed a few minutes later, and when Shirley found herself alone with her uncle, the tumult in her heart gave way to the tears she could no longer repress. Pennington stood by, watching her curiously, coldly. Presently Shirley mastered her emotion and glanced toward him. "Well, my dear?" he queried nervously. I think I had better go home," she said without spirit. "I think so, too," he answered. "Get into the Mayor's flivver, my dear, and I'll drive you. And perhaps the least said about this affair the better, Shirley. There are many things that you do not understand, and which cannot be elucidated by discussion." "I can understand an attempted assassination, Uncle Seth." "That blackguard Minorca. I should have known better than to put him on such a job. I told him to bluff and threaten. Cardigan I knew would realize the grudge the Black Minorca had against him, and for that reason I figured the greaser was the only man who could bluff him. While I gave him orders to shoot, I told him distinctly not to hit anybody. Good Lord, Shirley! Surely you do not think I would wink at a murder?" "I do," she answered passionately. "With Bryce Cardigan out of the way, you would have a clear field before you." "Oh, my dear, my dear! Surely you do not realize what you are saying. You are beside yourself, Shirley. Please, please do not wound me so horribly. You cannot realize what a desperate fight I have been putting up for both our sakes. I am surrounded by enemies, the most implacable enemies. They force me to fight the devil with fire, and here you are giving them aid and comfort." "I want you to defeat Bryce Cardigan, if you can do it fairly." "At another time and in a calmer mood we will discuss that villain," he said authoritatively. "If we argue the matter now, we are liable to misunderstandings. We may quarrel, and that is something neither of us can afford. Get into the car and we will go home. There is nothing more to be done tonight." "Your sophistry does not alter my opinion," she replied firmly. "However, as you say, this is neither the time nor the place to discuss it." They drove home in silence. Shirley went at once to her room. For the Colonel, however, the night's work had scarcely begun. The instant he heard the door to his niece's room shut, he went to the telephone and called up the Laguna Grande roundhouse. Sexton, his manager, answered.
"Have you sent the switch engine to the woods for Rondeau and his men?"
"Just left."
"Good. Now then, Sexton, listen to me. As you know, this raid of Cardigan's has developed so suddenly I am more or less shaken by surprise and have had no time to prepare the kind of counter-attack that will be most effective. However, with the crossing blocked, I gain time in which to organize. Only there must be no weak point in my organization. In order to ensure that, I am proceeding to San Francisco tonight by motor, via the coast road. I will arrive late tomorrow night, and early Saturday morning I will appear in the United States District Court with our attorneys and file a complaint and petition for an order temporarily restraining the N.C.O. from cutting our tracks. I will have to make an affidavit to support the complaint, so I had better be Johnny on the spot to do it, rather than risk the delay of making the affidavit tomorrow morning here and forwarding it by mail to our attorneys. The judge will sign a restraining order, returnable in from 10 to 30 days. I'll try for 30, because that will knock out the N.C.O.'s temporary franchise, and after I have obtained the restraining order, I will have the United States Marshal telegraph it to Ogilvy and Cardigan."
"Bully!" cried Sexton heartily. "That'll fix their clock."
"In the meantime," Pennington continued, "logs will be glutting our landings. We need that locomotive for its legitimate purposes. Take all that discarded machinery and the old boiler we removed from the mill last fall, dump it on the tracks at the crossing, and get the locomotive back on its run. Understand? The other side, having no means of removing these heavy obstructions, will be blocked until I return. By that time the matter will be in the district court. Cardigan will be hung up until his temporary franchise expires, and the city council will not renew it. Get me?"
"Yes, sir."
"I'll be back Sunday forenoon. Good bye." He hung up, went to his chauffeur's quarters over the garage, and routed the man out of bed. Then he returned quietly to his room, dressed and packed a bag for his journey, left a brief note for Shirley notifying her of his departure, and started on his 250-mile trip over the mountains to the south. As his car sped through sleeping Sequoia and gained the open country, the Colonel's heart thrilled pleasurably. He held cards and spades, big and little casino, 4 aces, and the joker. Therefore he knew he could sweep the board at his pleasure. And during his absence Shirley would have opportunity to cool off, while he would find time to formulate an argument to lull her suspicions upon his return. End of chapter 32. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 33 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 33. Quite oblivious of her uncle's departure for San Francisco, Shirley lay awake throughout the remainder of the night, turning over and over in her mind the various aspects of the Cardigan-Finnegan imbroglio. Of one thing she was quite certain: peace must be declared at all hazards. She had been obsessed of a desire, rather unusual in her sex, to see a fight worth while. She had planned to permit it to go to a knockout, to use Bryce Cardigan's language, because she believed Bryce Cardigan would be vanquished, and she had desired to see him smashed, but not beyond repair, for her joy in the conflict was to lie in the task of putting the pieces together afterward. She realized now, however, that she had permitted matters to go too far. A revulsion of feeling toward her uncle, induced by the memory of Bryce Cardigan's blood on her white fingertips, convinced the girl that, at all hazards to her financial future, henceforth she and her uncle must tread separate paths. She had found him out at last, and because in her nature there was some of his own fixity of purpose, the resolution cost her no particular pang. It was rather a relief, therefore, when the imperturbable James handed her at breakfast the following note: Shirley, dear, after leaving you last night, I decided that in your present frame of mind my absence for a few days might tend to a calmer and clearer perception, on your part, of the necessary tactics which in a moment of desperation I saw fit, with regret, to pursue last night. And in the hope that you will have attained your old attitude toward me before my return, I am leaving in the motor for San Francisco. Your terrible accusation has grieved me to such an extent that I do not feel equal to the task of confronting you until, in a more judicial frame of mind, you can truly absolve me of the charge of wishing to do away with young Cardigan. Your affectionate Uncle Seth. Shirley's lip curled. With a rarer, keener intuition than she had hitherto manifested, she sensed the hypocrisy between the lines. She was not deceived. "He has gone to San Francisco for more ammunition," she soliloquized. "Very well, Unky Dunk. While you're away, I shall manufacture a few bombs myself." After breakfast she left the house and walked to the intersection of B with Water Street. Jules Rondeau and his crew of lumberjacks were there, and with 2 policemen guarded the crossing. Rondeau glanced at Shirley, surprised, then lifted his hat. Shirley looked from the woods bully to the locomotive and back to Rondeau. "Rondeau," she said, "Mr. Cardigan is a bad man to fight. You fought him once. Are you going to do it again?" He nodded. "By whose orders?" "Mr. Sexton. He tell me to do it." "Well, Rondeau, some day I'll be boss of Laguna Grande, and there'll be no more fighting," she replied, and passed on down B Street to the office of the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company. Moira McTavish looked up as she entered. "Where is he, dear?" Shirley asked. "I must see him." "In that office, Miss Shirley," Moira replied, and pointed to the door. Shirley stepped to the door, knocked, and then entered. Bryce Cardigan, seated at his desk, looked up as she came in. His left arm was in a sling, and he looked harassed and dejected. "Don't get up, Bryce," she said as he attempted to rise. "I know you're quite exhausted. You look it." She sat down. "I'm so sorry," she said softly. His dull glance brightened. "It doesn't amount to that, Shirley," and he snapped his fingers. "It throbs a little and it's stiff and sore, so I carry it in the sling. That helps a little. What did you want to see me about?" "I wanted to tell you," said Shirley, "that last night's affair was not of my making." He smiled compassionately. I couldn't bear to have you think that I'd break my word and tell him." "It never occurred to me that you had dealt me a hand from the bottom of the deck, Shirley. Please don't worry about it. Your uncle has had 2 private detectives watching Ogilvy and me." "Oh," she breathed, much relieved. A ghost of the old bantering smile lighted her winsome features. "Well, then," she challenged, "I suppose you don't hate me." "On the contrary, I love you," he answered. "However, since you must have known this for some time past, I suppose it is superfluous to mention it. Moreover, I haven't the right yet." She had cast her eyes down modestly. She raised them now and looked at him searchingly. "I suppose you'll acknowledge yourself whipped at last, Bryce?" she ventured. "Would it please you to have me surrender?" He was very serious. "Indeed, it would, Bryce." "Why?" "Because I'm tired of fighting. I want peace. I'm afraid to let this matter go any further. I'm truly afraid." "I think I want peace, too," he answered wearily. "I'd be glad to quit with honor. And I'll do it, too, if you can induce your uncle to give me the kind of logging contract I want with his road." "I couldn't do that, Bryce. He has you whipped, and he is not merciful to the fallen. You'll have to surrender unconditionally." Again she laid her little hand timidly on his wounded forearm. "Please give up, Bryce, for my sake. If you persist, somebody will get killed." "I suppose I'll have to," he murmured sadly. "I dare say you're right, though one should never admit defeat until he is counted out. I suppose," he continued bitterly, "your uncle is in high feather this morning." "I don't know, Bryce. He left in his motor for San Francisco about 1 o'clock this morning." For an instant Bryce Cardigan stared at her. Then a slow, mocking little smile crept around the corners of his mouth, and his eyes lighted with mirth. "Glorious news, my dear Shirley, perfectly glorious. So the old fox has gone to San Francisco, huh? Left in a hurry and via the overland route? Couldn't wait for the regular passenger steamer tomorrow, huh? Great jumping Jehoshaphat! He must have had important business to attend to." And Bryce commenced to chuckle. "Oh, the poor old Colonel," he continued presently. "The dear old pirate! What a horrible right swing he's running into! And you want me to acknowledge defeat? My dear girl, in the language of the classic, there is nothing doing. I shall put in my crossing Sunday morning, and if you don't believe it, drop around and see me in action." "You mustn't try," protested Shirley. "Rondeau is there with his crew, and he has orders to stop you. Besides, you can't expect help from the police. Uncle Seth has made a deal with the mayor," Shirley pleaded frantically. "That for the police and that venal Mayor Poundstone," Bryce retorted, with another snap of his fingers. "I'll rid the city of them at the fall election." "I came prepared to suggest a compromise, Bryce," she declared, but he interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "You can't effect a compromise. You've been telling me I shall never build the N.C.O. because you will not permit me to. You're powerless, I tell you. I shall build it." "You shan't," she fired back at him, and a spot of anger glowed in each cheek. "You're the most stubborn and belligerent man I have ever known. Sometimes I almost hate you." "Come around at 10 tomorrow morning and watch me put in the crossing. Watch me give Rondeau and his gang the run." He reached over suddenly, lifted her hand, and kissed it. "How I love you, dear little antagonist," he murmured. "If you loved me, you wouldn't oppose me," she protested softly. "I tell you again, Bryce, you make it very hard for me to be friendly with you." "I don't want to be friendly with you. You're driving me crazy, Shirley. Please run along home, or wherever you're bound. I've tried to understand your peculiar code, but you're too deep for me. So let me go my way to the devil. George Sea Otter is outside asleep in the tonneau of the car. Tell him to drive you wherever you're going." I suppose you're afoot today, for I noticed the mayor riding to his office in your sedan this morning." She tried to look outraged, but for the life of her she could not take offense at his bluntness. Neither did she resent a look which she detected in his eyes, even though it told her he was laughing at her. "Oh, very well," she replied with what dignity she could muster. "Have it your own way. I've tried to warn you. Thank you for your offer of the car. I shall be glad to use it. Uncle Seth sold my car to Mayor Poundstone last night. Mrs. P. admired it so." "Ah! Then it was that rascally Poundstone who told your uncle about the temporary franchise, thus arousing his suspicions to such an extent that when he heard his locomotive rumbling into town he smelled a rat and hurried down to the crossing." "Possibly. The Poundstones dined at our house last night." "Pretty hard on you, I should say. But then I suppose you have to play the game with Uncle Seth. Well, good morning, Shirley. Sorry to hurry you away, but you must remember we're on a strictly business basis yet, and you mustn't waste my time." "You're horrid, Bryce Cardigan." "You're adorable. Good morning." "You'll be sorry for this," she warned him. "Good morning." She passed out into the general office, visited with Moira about 5 minutes, and drove away in the Napier. Bryce watched her through the window. She knew he was watching her, but nevertheless she could not forbear turning around to verify her suspicions. When she did, he waved his sound arm at her, and she flushed with vexation. "God bless her," he murmured. "She's been my ally all along, and I never suspected it. I wonder what her game can be." He sat musing for a long time. "Yes," he concluded presently, "old Poundstone has double-crossed us, and Pennington made it worth his while. And the Colonel sold the Mayor his niece's automobile. It's worth $2,500 at least. And since old Poundstone's finances will not permit such an extravagance, I'm wondering how Pennington expects him to pay for it. I smell a rat as big as a kangaroo. In this case, 2 and 2 don't make 4. They make 6. Guess I'll build a fire under old Poundstone." He took down the telephone receiver and called up the Mayor. "Bryce Cardigan speaking, Mr. Poundstone," he greeted the chief executive of Sequoia. "Oh, hello, Bryce, my boy," Poundstone boomed affably. "How's tricks?" "So-so. I hear you've bought that sedan from Colonel Pennington's niece. Wish I'd known it was for sale. I'd have outbid you. Want to make a profit on your bargain?" "No, not this morning, Bryce. I think we'll keep it. Mrs. P. has been wanting a closed car for a long time, and when the Colonel offered me this one at a bargain, I snapped it up. Couldn't afford a new one, you know, but then this one's just as good as new." "And you don't care to get rid of it at a profit?" Bryce repeated. "No, siree." "Oh, you're mistaken, Mr. Mayor. I think you do. I would suggest that you take that car back to Pennington's garage and leave it there. That would be the most profitable thing you could do." "What? What in blue blazes are you driving at?" the Mayor sputtered. "I wouldn't care to discuss it over the telephone. I take it, however, that a hint to the wise is sufficient. And I warn you, Mayor, that if you keep that car it'll bring you bad luck. Today is Friday, and Friday is an unlucky day. I'd get rid of that sedan before noon if I were you." There was a long, fateful silence. Then, in a singularly small, quavering voice, "You think it best, Cardigan?" I do. Return it to number 38 Redwood Boulevard, and no questions will be asked. Good-bye." When Shirley reached home at noon, she found her car parked in front of the porte cochere, and a brief note, left with the butler, informed her that after thinking the matter over, Mrs. Poundstone had decided the Poundstone family could not afford such an extravagance, and accordingly the car was returned with many thanks for the opportunity to purchase it at such a ridiculously low figure. Shirley smiled and put the car up in the garage. When she returned to the house, her maid Thelma informed her that Mr. Bryce Cardigan had been calling her on the telephone. So she called Bryce up at once. "Has Poundstone returned your car?" he queried. "Why, yes. What makes you ask?" "Oh, I had a suspicion he might. You see, I called him up and suggested it. Somehow his Honor is peculiarly susceptible to suggestions from me, and—" "Bryce Cardigan," she declared, "you're a sly rascal, that's what you are. I shan't tell you another thing." "I hope you had a stenographer at the dictagraph when the mayor and your uncle cooked up their little deal," he continued. "That was thoughtful of you, Shirley. It was a bully club to have up your sleeve at the final showdown, for with it you can make Unky Dunk behave himself and force that compromise you spoke of. Seriously, however, I don't want you to use it, Shirley. We must avoid a scandal by all means. And, praise be, I don't need your club to beat your uncle's brains out. I'm taking his club away from him to use for that purpose." "Really, I believe you're happy today." "Happy? I should tell a man. If the streets of Sequoia were paved with eggs, I could walk them all day without making an omelet." "It must be nice to feel so happy, after so many months of the blues." "Indeed it is, Shirley. You see, until very recently I was very much worried as to your attitude toward me. I couldn't believe you'd so far forget yourself as to love me in spite of everything. So I never took the trouble to ask you. And now I don't have to ask you. I know. And I'll be around to see you after I get that crossing in." "You're perfectly horrid," she blazed, and hung up without the formality of saying good-bye. End of chapter 33. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 34 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 34. Shortly after Shirley's departure from his office, Bryce had a visit from Buck Ogilvy. The latter wore a neatly pressed suit of shepherd plaid, with a white carnation in his lapel, and he was, apparently, the most light-hearted young man in Humboldt County. He struck an attitude and demanded, "Boss, what do you think of my new suit?" "You lunatic! Don't you know red blonde should never wear light shades? You're dressed like a negro minstrel." "Well, I feel as happy as an end man. And, by the way, you're all chirked up yourself. Who's been helping you to the elixir of life? When we parted last night you were 40 fathoms deep in the slough of despond." "No less a divinity than Miss Shirley Sumner. She called this morning to explain that last night's fiasco was none of her making, and quite innocently she imparted the information that old Pennington lighted out for San Francisco at 1 o'clock this morning. Wherefore I laugh. Ha ha ha! 3 long, loud, raucous cheers for Uncle. He's gone to rush a restraining order through the United States District Court. Wonder why he didn't wire his attorneys to attend to the matter for him. He has the crossing blocked, and inasmuch as the mayor feeds out of Pennington's hand, The Colonel is quite confident that said crossing will remain blocked. As for the restraining order, well, if one wants a thing well done, one should do it oneself." "All that doesn't explain your cheerful attitude, though." "Oh, but it does. I've told you about old Duncan McTavish, Moira's father, haven't I?" Ogilvy nodded, and Bryce continued: "When I fired the old scoundrel for boozing, it almost broke his heart. He had to leave Humboldt, where everybody knew him, so he wandered down into Mendocino County and got a job sticking lumber in the drying yard of the Willets Lumber Company. He's been there 2 months now, and I am informed by his employer that old Mac hasn't taken a drink in all that time. And what's more, he isn't going to take one again." "How do you know?" "Because I make it my business to find out. Mac was the finest woods boss this county ever knew. Hence, you do not assume that I would lose the old scoundrel without making a fight for him, do you? Why, Buck, he's been on the Cardigan payroll 30 years, and I only fired him in order to reform him. Well, last week I sent one of Mac's old friends down to Willets purposely to call on him and invite him out for a time. But Mac wouldn't drink with him. No, sir, he couldn't be tempted. On the contrary, he told the tempter that I had promised to give him back his job if he remained on the water wagon for 1 year. He was resolved to win back his job and his self-respect." "I know what your plan is," Ogilvy interrupted. "You're going to ask Duncan McTavish to waylay Pennington on the road at some point where it runs through the timber, kidnap him, and hold him until we have had time to clear the crossing and cut Pennington's tracks." "We will do nothing of the sort," Buck continued seriously. "Listen, now, to Father's words of wisdom. This railroad game is an old one to me. I've fought at crossings before now, and whether successful or defeated, I have always learned something in battle. Didn't you hear me tell that girl and her villainous avuncular relative last night that I had another ace up my kimono?" Bryce nodded. "That was not brag, old dear. I had the ace, and this morning I played it. Wherefore in my heart there is that peace that passeth understanding, particularly since I have just had a telegram informing me that my ace took the odd trick." He opened a drawer in Bryce's desk and reached for the cigars he knew were there. "Not at all a bad cigar for 10 cents. However, you will recall that from the very instant we decided to cut in that jump crossing we commenced to plan against interference by Pennington. In consequence we kept, or tried to keep, our decision a secret. However, there existed at all times the possibility that Pennington might discover our benevolent intentions and block us with his only weapon, a restraining order issued by the judge of the United States District Court. Now, one of the most delightful things I know about a court is that it is open to all men seeking justice, or injustice disguised as justice. Also, there is a wise old saw to the effect that battles are won by the fellow who gets there first with the most men. The situation from the start was absurdly simple. If Pennington got to the district court first, we were lost." "You mean you got there first?" exclaimed Bryce. "I did, by the very simple method of preparing to get there first in case anything slipped. Something did slip last night. However, I was ready. So all I had to do was press the button. For as Omar Khayyam remarked, what shall it avail a man if he buyeth a padlock for his stable after his favorite stallion hath been lifted? Several days ago, my boy, I wrote a long letter to our attorney in San Francisco, explaining every detail of our predicament. The instant I received that temporary franchise from the city council, I mailed a certified copy of it to our attorney also. Then, in anticipation of our discovery by Pennington, I instructed the attorney to prepare the complaint and petition for a restraining order against Seth Pennington et al., and stand by to rush the judge with it the instant he heard from me. Well, about the time old Pennington started for San Francisco this morning, I had our attorney out of bed and on the long-distance telephone. At 9 o'clock this morning he appeared in the United States District Court. At 9:15 the judge signed a restraining order forbidding our enemies to interfere with us in the exercise of a right legally granted us by the city of Sequoia. And at 9:30 a deputy United States Marshal started in an automobile for Sequoia via the overland route. He will arrive late tomorrow night, and on Sunday we will get that locomotive out of our way and install our crossing. And Pennington? Ah, the poor Pennington. Mon pauvre Seth, Buck sighed comically. He will be just 24 hours late. You old he-fox, Bryce murmured. You wicked, wicked man. Buck Ogilvy lifted his lapel and sniffed luxuriously at his white carnation, the while a thin little smile played around the corners of his humorous mouth. Ah, he murmured presently, life's pretty sweet, isn't it? End of chapter 34. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 35 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 35. Events followed each other with refreshing rapidity. While the crew of the big locomotive on the crossing busied themselves getting up steam, Sexton and Jules Rondeau toiled at the loading of the discarded boiler and heavy castings aboard two flat cars. By utilizing the steel derrick on the company's wrecking car, this task was completed by noon, and after luncheon the mogul backed up the main line past the switch into the Laguna Grande yards, whereupon the switch engine kicked the two flat cars and the wrecking car out of the yard and down to the crossing, where the obstructions were promptly unloaded. The police watched the operation with alert interest, but forbore to interfere in this high-handed closing of a public thoroughfare. To Sexton's annoyance and secret apprehension, Bryce Cardigan and Buck Ogilvy promptly appeared on the scene, both very cheerful and lavish with expert advice as to the best method of expediting the job in hand. To Bryce's surprise, Jules Rondeau appeared to take secret enjoyment of this good-natured chaffing of the Laguna Grande manager. Occasionally he eyed Bryce curiously, but without animus, and presently he flashed the latter a lightning wink, as if to say, "What a fool Sexton is to oppose you!" "Well, Rondeau," Bryce hailed the woods boss cheerfully, "I see you have quite recovered from that working over I gave you some time ago. No hard feelings, I trust. I shouldn't care to have that job to do over again. You're a tough one." "By gar, she don't pay to have hard feelings wis you, M'sieu," Rondeau answered bluntly. "We have one fine fight, but," he shrugged, "I don't want some more." "Yes, by gar, and she don't pay for cut other people's trees, M'sieu," Bryce mimicked him. "I shouldn't wonder if I took the value of that tree out of your hide." "I t'ink so, M'sieu." He approached Bryce and lowered his voice. "For 1 month I am no good all ze time. We don't fight some more, M'sieu. And I have feel shame for dose Black Minorca fella. Always was him is it ze knife or ze club, and now is ze rifle. Cochon! When I fight with what ze bon Dieu give me." You appear to have a certain code after all, Bryce laughed. I'm inclined to like you for it. You're sporty in your way, you tremendous scoundrel. Mebbe so, Rondeau suggested hopefully. Monsieur likes me for woods boss? Why, what's the matter with Pennington? Is he tired of you? The color mounted slowly to the woods bully's swarthy cheek. Mademoiselle Sumner, he's tell me pretty soon he's going to be boss of Laguna Grande, and stop all this fight. And when Mademoiselle he is in the saddle, goodbye Jules Rondeau. This country, I like him. I feel sad, monsieur, to leave those big trees. He paused, looking rather wistfully at Bryce. I am fine woods boss for somebody, he suggested hopefully. You think Miss Sumner dislikes you then, Rondeau? I don't think. I know. He sighed, his huge body seemed to droop. I am out of the good luck now, he murmured bitterly. Everybody, she hate Jules Rondeau. Colonel, she hate because I don't kill Monsieur Cardigan. Mademoiselle, he hate because I try to kill Monsieur Cardigan. Monsieur Sexton, she hate because I tell her this morning she is one fool for fight Monsieur Cardigan. Again he sighed. Those big trees. In Quebec we have none. In the woods, monsieur, I feel here. And he laid his great calloused hairy hand over his heart. When I cut your big trees, monsieur, I feel like hell. That infernal gorilla of a man is a poet, Buck Ogilvy declared. I'd think twice before I let him get out of the country, Bryce. Whose salt he eats, his song he sings, quoth Bryce. I forgive you, Rondeau, and when I need a woods boss like you, I'll send for you. End of chapter 35. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 36 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 36. At 11 o'clock Saturday night, the Deputy United States Marshal arrived in Sequoia. Upon the advice of Buck Ogilvy, however, he made no attempt at service that night, notwithstanding the fact that Jules Rondeau and his bullies still guarded the crossing. At 8 o'clock Sunday morning, however, Bryce Cardigan drove him down to the crossing. Buck Ogilvy was already there with his men, superintending the erection of a huge derrick close to the heap of obstructions placed on the crossing. Sexton was watching him uneasily, and flushed as Ogilvy pointed him out to the marshal. "There's your meat, Marshal," he announced. The marshal approached and extended toward Sexton a copy of the restraining order. The latter struck it aside and refused to accept it, whereupon the deputy marshal tapped him on the shoulder with it. "Tag! You're out of the game, my friend," he said pleasantly. As the document fluttered to Sexton's feet, the latter turned to Jules Rondeau. "I can no longer take charge here, Rondeau," he explained. "I am forbidden to interfere." "Jules Rondeau can do ze job," the woods boss replied easily. "Ze law, she have not restrained me. I guess maybe so you don't take those things away, eh, M'sieur Cardigan? Myself, I like see." The deputy marshal handed Rondeau a paper, at the same time showing his badge. "You're out, too, my friend," he laughed. "Don't be foolish and try to buck the law. If you do, I shall have to place a nice little pair of handcuffs on you and throw you in jail. And if you resist arrest, I shall have to shoot you. I have one of these little restraining orders for every able-bodied man in the Laguna Grande Lumber Company's employ, thanks to Mr. Ogilvy's foresight, so it is useless to try to beat this game on a technicality." Sexton, who still lingered, made a gesture of surrender. "Dismiss your crew, Rondeau," he ordered. "We're whipped to a frazzle." A gleam of pleasure, not unmixed with triumph, lighted the dark eyes of the French Canadian. "I told M'sieur Sexton she cannot fight M'sieur Cardigan and win," he said simply. "Now maybe he believe that Jules Rondeau know something." "Shut up!" Sexton roared petulantly. Rondeau shrugged contemptuously, turned, and with a sweep of his great arm indicated to his men that they were to go. Then, without a backward glance to see that they followed, the woods boss strode away in the direction of the Laguna Grande mill. Arrived at the mill office, he entered, took down the telephone, and called up Shirley Sumner. "Mademoiselle," he said, "Jules Rondeau speaks to you. I have for you ze good news. Bryce Cardigan, she puts in the crossing to day. One man of the law she comes from San Francisco with papers, and M'sieur Sexton say to me, 'Rondeau, we are whip. Dismiss your men.' So I have dismiss those men, and I now dismiss myself. Maybe so by and by I go to work for M'sieur Cardigan. For mademoiselle I have no wish to make trouble to fire me. I quit. I will not fight those dirty fights some more. Au revoir, mademoiselle. I go." And without further ado he hung up. "What's this? What's this?" Sexton demanded. "You're going to quit? Nonsense, Rondeau. Nonsense." "I will have my time, monsieur," said Jules Rondeau. "I go to work for a man. Maybe so I am not woods boss for him, but I work." "You'll have to wait until the Colonel returns, Rondeau." "I will have my time," said Jules Rondeau patiently. "Then you'll wait till pay day for it, Rondeau. You know our rules. Any man who quits without notice waits until the regular pay day for his money." Jules advanced until he towered directly over the manager. "I told m'sieur I would have my time," he repeated once more. "Is m'sieur deaf in the ears?" He raised his right hand, much as a bear raises its paw. His blunt fingers worked a little, and there was a smoldering fire in his dark eyes. Without further protest, Sexton opened the safe, counted out the wages due, and took Rondeau's receipt. "Thank you, m'sieur," the woods boss growled as he swept the coin into his pocket. "Now I work for M'sieur Cardigan. So, m'sieur, I will have ze switch engine with 2 flat cars and ze wrecking car. Those damn trash on ze crossing M'sieur Cardigan does not like, and by gar I take him away. You understand, m'sieur? I am Jules Rondeau, and I work for M'sieur Cardigan. La la, m'sieur." The great hand closed over Sexton's collar. "Not ze pistol. No, not for Jules Rondeau." Quite as easily as a woman dresses a baby, he gagged Sexton with Sexton's own handkerchief, laid him gently on the floor, and departed, locking the door behind him and taking the key. At the corner of the building, where the telephone line entered the office, he paused, jerked once at the wire, and passed on, leaving the broken ends on the ground. In the roundhouse he found the switch engine crew on duty, waiting for steam in the boiler. The withdrawal of both locomotives, brief as had been their absence, had caused a glut of logs at the Laguna Grande landings, and Sexton was catching up with the traffic by sending the switch engine crew out for a one-train load, even though it was Sunday. The crew had been used to receiving orders from Rondeau, and moreover they were not aware of his recent action. Hence, at his command, they ran the switch engine out of the roundhouse, coupled up the two flat cars and the wrecking car, and backed down to the crossing. Upon arrival, Jules Rondeau leaned out of the cab window and hailed Bryce. "Monsieur," he said, "do not bother to make the derrick. I have here the wrecking car, all you need. Pretty soon we lift him off the crossing. I tell you, eh, Monsieur Cardigan?" Bryce stepped over to the switch engine and looked up at his late enemy. "By whose orders is this train here?" he queried. "Mine," Rondeau answered. "Monsieur Sexton I have tie like one little pig and lock her in her office. I work now for Monsieur." And he did. He waited not for a confirmation from his new master, but proceeded to direct operations like the born driver and leader of men that he was. With his late employer's gear he fastened to the old castings in the boiler, lifted them with the derrick on the wrecking car, and swung them up and around onto the flat cars. By the middle of the afternoon the crossing was once more clear. Then the Cardigan crew fell upon it while Jules Rondeau ran the train back to the Laguna Grande yards, dismissed his crew, returned to the mill office, and released the manager. "You'll pay through the nose for this, you scoundrel!" Sexton whimpered. "I'll fix you, you traitor!" "You feex nothing, M'sieur Sexton," Rondeau replied imperturbably. "Who is witness Jules Rondeau tie you up? Somebody see you, no? I guess you don't feex me. Sacre! I guess you don't try." End of chapter 36. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 37 of The Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 37. Colonel Pennington's discovery at San Francisco that Bryce Cardigan had stolen his thunder and turned the bolt upon him was the hardest blow Seth Pennington could remember having received throughout 30-odd years of give and take. He was too old and experienced a campaigner, however, to permit a futile rage to cloud his reason. He prided himself upon being a foeman worthy of any man's steel. On Tuesday he returned to Sequoia. Sexton related to him in detail the events which had transpired since his departure, but elicited nothing more than a noncommittal grunt. "There is one more matter, sir, which will doubtless be of interest to you," Sexton continued apologetically. "Miss Sumner called me on the telephone yesterday and instructed me formally to notify the board of directors of the Laguna Grande Company of a special meeting of the board, to be held here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. In view of the impossibility of communicating with you while you are en route, I conformed to her wishes. Our bylaws, as you know, stipulate that no meeting of the board shall be called without formal written notice to each director mailed 24 hours previously." "What the devil do you mean, Sexton, by conforming to her wishes? Miss Sumner is not a director of this company." Pennington's voice was harsh and trembled with apprehension. "Miss Sumner controls 40% of the Laguna Grande stock, sir. I took that into consideration." "You lie!" Pennington all but screamed. "You took into consideration your job as secretary and general manager. Damnation!" He rose and commenced pacing up and down his office. Suddenly he paused. Sexton still stood beside his desk, watching him respectfully. "You fool!" he snarled. "Get out of here and leave me alone." Sexton departed promptly, glancing at his watch as he did so. It lacked 5 minutes of 2. He passed Shirley Sumner in the general office. "Shirley," Pennington began in a hoarse voice as she entered his office, "what is the meaning of this directors' meeting you have requested?"
"Be seated, Uncle Seth," the girl answered quietly. "If you will only be quiet and reasonable, perhaps we can dispense with this directors' meeting which appears to frighten you so." He sat down promptly, a look of relief on his face. "I scarcely know how to begin, Uncle Seth," Shirley commenced sadly. "It hurts me terribly to be forced to hurt you, but there doesn't appear to be any other way out of it. I cannot trust you to manage my financial affairs in the future. This for a number of reasons, the principal one being—"
"Young Cardigan," he interrupted in a low voice.
"I suppose so," she answered, "although I did think until very recently that it was those 16 townships of red cedar. That crown grant in British Columbia in which you induced me to invest $400,000. You will remember that you purchased that timber from me from the Caribou Timber Company, Limited. You said it was an unparalleled investment. Quite recently I learned, no matter how, that you were the principal owner of the Caribou Timber Company, Limited. Smart as you are, somebody swindled you with that red cedar. It was a wonderful stand of timber, so read the cruiser's report, but 50% of it, despite its green and flourishing appearance, is hollow-butted. And the remaining 50% of sound timber cannot be logged unless the rotten timber is logged also and gotten out of the way also. And I am informed that logging it spells bankruptcy." She gazed upon him steadily, but without malice. His face crimsoned and then paled. Presently his glance sought the carpet. While he struggled to formulate a verbal defense against her accusation, Shirley continued: "You had erected a huge sawmill and built and equipped a logging road before you discovered you had been swindled. So, in order to save as much as possible from the wreck, you decided to unload your white elephant on somebody else. I was the readiest victim. You were the executor of my father's estate, you were my guardian and financial adviser, and so you found it very, very easy to swindle me."
"I had my back to the wall," he quavered. "I was desperate, and it wasn't at all the bad investment you have been told it is. You had the money, more money than you knew what to do with. And with the proceeds of the sale of those cedar lands, I knew that I could make an investment in California redwood and more than retrieve my fortunes, make big money for both of us."
"You might have borrowed the money from me. You know I have never hesitated to join in your enterprises."
"This was too big a deal for you, Shirley. I had vision. I could see incalculable riches in this redwood empire, but it was a tremendous gamble and required 20 millions to swing it at the very start. I dreamed of the control of California redwood, and if you will stand by me, Shirley, I shall yet make my dream come true, and half of it shall be yours. It has always been my intention to buy back from you secretly and at a nice profit to you that Caribou red cedar, and with the acquisition of the Cardigan properties I would have been in position to do so. Why, that Cardigan tract in the San Hedrin which we will buy in within a year for $500,000 is worth $5 million at least. And by that time I feel certain, in fact I know, the Northern Pacific will commence building in from the south, from Willits."
She silenced him with a disdainful gesture. You shall not smash the Cardigans," she declared firmly. "I shall—" he began, but he paused abruptly, as if he had suddenly remembered that tact and not pugnacity was the requirement for the handling of this ticklish situation. "You are devoid of mercy, of a sense of sportsmanship. Now then, Uncle Seth, listen to me. You have 24 hours in which to make up your mind whether to accept my ultimatum or refuse it. If you refuse, I shall prosecute you for fraud and a betrayal of trust as my father's executor on that red cedar timber deal." He brightened a trifle. "I'm afraid that would be a long, hard row to hoe, my dear, and of course I shall have to defend myself." "In addition," the girl went on quietly, "the county grand jury shall be furnished with a stenographic report of your conversation of Thursday night with Mayor Poundstone. That will not be a long, hard row to hoe, Uncle Seth, for in addition to the stenographer, I have another very reliable witness, Judge Moore. Your casual disposal of my sedan as a bribe to the Mayor will be hard to explain and rather amusing, in view of the fact that Bryce Cardigan managed to frighten Mr. Poundstone into returning the sedan while you were away. And if that is not sufficient for my purposes, I have the sworn confession of the Black Minorca that you gave him $500 to kill Bryce Cardigan. Your woods boss, Rondeau, will also swear that you approached him with a proposition to do away with Bryce Cardigan. I think, therefore, that you will readily see how impossible a situation you have managed to create, and will not disagree with me when I suggest that it would be better for you to leave this county." His face had gone gray and haggard. "I can't," he murmured. "I can't leave this great business now. Your own interests in the company render such a course unthinkable. Without my hands at the helms, thing will go to smash." "I'll risk that. I want to get rid of that worthless red cedar timber, so I think you had better buy it back from me at the same figure at which you sold it to me." "But I haven't the money, and I can't borrow it. I will have the equivalent in stock of the Laguna Grande Lumber Company. You will call on Judge Moore to complete the transaction and leave with him your resignation as president of the Laguna Grande Lumber Company." The Colonel raised his glance and bent it upon her in cold appraisal. She met it with firmness, and the thought came to him, "She is a Pennington," and hope died out in his heart. He began pleading in maudlin fashion for mercy, for compromise, but the girl was obdurate. "I am showing you more mercy than you deserve, you to whom mercy was ever a sign of weakness, of vacillation. There is a gulf between us, Uncle Seth, a gulf which for a long time I have dimly sensed and which, because of my recent discoveries, has widened until it can no longer be bridged." He wrung his hands in desperation and suddenly slid to his knees before her. With hypocritical endearments he strove to take her hand, but she drew away from him. "Don't touch me!" she cried sharply, and with a breaking note in her voice. "You planned to kill Bryce Cardigan. And for that, and that alone, I shall never forgive you." She fled from the office, leaving him cringing and groveling on the floor. "There will be no directors' meeting, Mr. Sexton," she informed the manager as she passed through the general office. "It is postponed." Chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain.
The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 38. That trying interview with her uncle had wrenched Shirley's soul to a degree that left her faint and weak. She at once set out on a long drive, in the hope that before she turned homeward again she might regain something of her customary composure. Presently the asphaltum-paved street gave way to a dirt road and terminated abruptly at the boundaries of a field that sloped gently upward, a field studded with huge black redwood stumps showing dismally through coronets of young redwoods that grew riotously around the base of the departed parent trees. From the fringe of the thicket thus formed, the terminus of an old skid road showed, and a signboard, freshly painted, pointed the way to the Valley of the Giants. Shirley had not intended to come here, but now that she had arrived, it occurred to her that it was here she wanted to come. Parking her car by the side of the road, she alighted and proceeded up the old skid, now newly planked and with the encroaching forestation cut away so that the daylight might enter from above. On over the gentle divide she went and down toward the amphitheater where the primeval giants grew. And as she approached it, the sound that is silence in the redwoods, the thunderous diapason of the centuries, wove its spell upon her. Quickly, imperceptibly there faded from her mind the memory of that groveling thing she had left behind in the mill office, and in its place there came a subtle peace, a feeling of awe, of wonder, such a feeling, indeed, as must come to one in the realization that man is distant but God is near. A cluster of wild orchids pendant from the great fungus-covered roots of a giant challenged her attention. She gathered them. Farther on, in a spot where a shaft of sunlight fell, she plucked an armful of golden California poppies and flaming rhododendron, and with her delicate burden she came at length to the giant-guarded clearing where the halo of sunlight fell upon the grave of Bryce Cardigan's mother. There were red roses on it, a couple of dozen at least, and these she arranged in order to make room for her own offering. "Poor dear," she murmured audibly. "God didn't spare you for much happiness, did he?" A voice, deep, resonant, kindly, spoke a few feet away. "Who is it?" Shirley, startled, turned swiftly. Seated across the little amphitheater in a lumberjack's easy chair fashioned from an old barrel, John Cardigan sat, his sightless gaze bent upon her. "Who is it?" he repeated. "Shirley Sumner," she answered. "You do not know me, Mr. Cardigan." "No," replied he, "I do not. That is a name I have heard, however. You are Seth Pennington's niece. Is some one with you?" "I am quite alone, Mr. Cardigan." "And why did you come here alone?" he queried. I wanted to think." "You mean you wanted to think clearly, my dear. Ah, yes, this is the place for thoughts." He was silent a moment. Then, "You were thinking aloud, Miss Shirley Sumner. I heard you. You said, 'Poor dear, God didn't spare you much for happiness, did he?' And I think you rearranged my roses. Didn't I have them on her grave?" "Yes, Mr. Cardigan. I was merely making room for some wild flowers I had gathered." "Indeed. Then you knew about her being here?" "Yes, sir. Some 10 years ago, when I was a very little girl, I met your son, Bryce. He gave me a ride on his Indian pony, and we came here. So I remember." "Well, I declare! 10 years ago, eh? You've met, eh? You've met Bryce since his return to Sequoia, I believe? He's quite a fellow now." "He is indeed." John Cardigan nodded sagely.
So that's why you thought aloud, he remarked impersonally. Bryce told you about her. You are right, Miss Shirley Sumner. God didn't give her much time for happiness, just 3 years. But oh, such wonderful years, such wonderful years. It was mighty fine of you to bring flowers, he announced presently. I appreciate that. I wish I could see you. You must be a dear, nice, thoughtful girl. Won't you sit down and talk to me? I should be glad to, she answered, and seated herself on the brown carpet of redwood twigs close to his chair. So you came up here to do a little clear thinking, he continued in his deliberate, amiable tones. Do you come here often? This is the 3rd time in 10 years, she answered. I feel that I have no business to intrude here. This is your shrine, and strangers should not profane it. I think I should have resented the presence of any other person, Miss Sumner. I resented you, until you spoke. I'm glad you said that, Mr. Cardigan. It sets me at ease. I hadn't been up here for nearly 2 years until recently. You see, I don't own the Valley of the Giants any more. Indeed. To whom have you sold it? I do not know, Miss Sumner. I had to sell. There was no other way out of the jam Bryce and I were in. So I sacrificed my sentiment for my boy. However, the new owner has been wonderfully kind and thoughtful. She reorganized that old skid road so even an old blind duffer like me can find his way in and out without getting lost. And she had this easy chair made for me. I have told Judge Moore, who represents the unknown owner, to extend my thanks to his client. But words are so empty, Shirley Sumner. If that new owner could only understand how truly grateful I am, how profoundly her courtesy touches me. Her courtesy? Shirley echoed. Did a woman buy the Giants? He smiled down at her. Why, certainly. Who but a woman, and a dear, kind, thoughtful woman, would have thought to have this chair made and brought up here for me? Fell a long silence between them. Then John Cardigan's trembling hand went groping out toward the girls. Why, how stupid of me not to have guessed it immediately, he said. You are the new owner. My dear child, if the silent prayers of a very unhappy old man will bring God's blessing on you. There, girl. I didn't intend to make you weep. What a tender heart it is, to be sure. She took his great toil-worn hand, and her hot tears fell on it, for his gentleness, his benignancy, had touched her deeply. Oh, you must not tell anybody. You mustn't, she cried. He put his hand on her shoulder as she knelt before him. Good land of love, girl, what made you do it? Why should a girl like you give $100,000 for my Valley of the Giants? Were you, hesitatingly, your uncle's agent? No, I bought it myself, with my own money. My uncle doesn't know I am the new owner. You see, he wanted it, for nothing. Ah, yes, I suspected as much a long time ago. Your uncle is the modern type of business man. Not very much of an idealist, I'm afraid. But tell me why you decided to thwart the plans of your relative. I knew it hurt you terribly to sell your Giants. They were dear to you for sentimental reasons. I understood also why you were forced to sell. So I decided the Giants would be safer in my possession than in my uncle's. In all probability he would have logged this valley for the sake of the clear 72-inch boards he could get from these trees.
"That does not explain satisfactorily, to me, why you took sides with a stranger against your own kin," John Cardigan persisted. "There must be a deeper and more potent reason, Miss Shirley Sumner."
"Well," Shirley made answer, glad that he could not see the flush of confusion and embarrassment that crimsoned her cheek, "when I came to Sequoia last May, your son and I met, quite accidentally. The stage to Sequoia had already gone, and he was gracious enough to invite me to make the journey in his car. Then we recalled having met as children, and presently I gathered from his conversation that he and his John partner, as he called you, were very dear to each other. I was witness to your meeting that night. I saw him take you in his big arms and hold you tight because you'd gone blind while he was away having a good time. And you hadn't told him. I thought that was brave of you. And later, when Bryce and Moira McTavish told me about you, how kind you were, how you felt your responsibility toward your employees and the community, well, I just couldn't help a leaning toward John partner and John partner's boy, because the boy was so fine and true to his father's ideals."
"Ah, he's a man. He is indeed," old John Cardigan murmured proudly. "I dare say you'll never get to know him intimately, but if you should—"
"I know him intimately," she corrected him. "He saved my life the day the log train ran away. And that was another reason. I owed him a debt, and so did my uncle, but uncle wouldn't pay his share, and I had to pay for him."
"Wonderful," murmured John Cardigan. "Wonderful. But still you haven't told me why you paid $100,000 for the Giants, when you could have bought them for $50,000. You had a woman's reason, I dare say, and women always reason from the heart, never the head. However, if you do not care to tell me, I shall not insist. Perhaps I have appeared unduly inquisitive."
"I would rather not tell you," she answered. A gentle, prescient smile fringed his old mouth. He wagged his leonine head as if to say, "Why should I ask when I know?" Fell again a restful silence. Then, "Am I allowed one guess, Miss Shirley Sumner?" "Yes, but you would never guess the reason."
"I am a very wise old man. When one sits in the dark, one sees much that was hidden from him in the full glare of the light. My son is proud, manly, independent, and the soul of honor. He needed $100,000. You knew it. Probably your uncle informed you. You wanted to loan him some money, but you couldn't. You feared to offend him by proffering it. Had you proffered it, he would have declined it. So you bought my Valley of the Giants at a preposterous price, and kept your action a secret." And he patted her hand gently, as if to silence any denial, while far down the skid road a voice, a half-trained baritone, floated faintly to them through the forest. Somebody was singing, or rather chanting, a singularly tuneless refrain, wild and barbaric.
"What is that?" Shirley cried.
"That is my son, coming to fetch his old daddy home," replied John Cardigan. "That thing he's howling is an Indian war song or paean of triumph, something his nurse taught him when he wore pinafores. If you'll excuse me, Miss Shirley Sumner, I'll leave you now. I generally contrive to meet him on the trail."
He bade her good by and started down the trail, his stick tapping against the old logging cable stretched from tree to tree beside the trail and marking it. Shirley was tremendously relieved. She did not wish to meet Bryce Cardigan today,
and she was distinctly grateful to John Cardigan for his nice consideration in sparing her an interview. She seated herself in the lumberjack's easy chair so lately vacated, and, chin in hand, gave herself up to meditation on this extraordinary old man and his extraordinary son. A couple of 100 yards down the trail Bryce met his father. "Hello, John Cardigan," he called. "What do you mean by scally-hootin' through these woods without a pilot? Huh? Explain your reckless conduct." "You great overgrown duffer," his father retorted affectionately. "I thought you'd never come." He reached into his pocket for a handkerchief, but failed to find it and searched through another pocket and still another. "By gravy, son," he remarked presently, "I do believe I left my silk handkerchief, the one Moira gave me for my last birthday, up yonder. I wouldn't lose that handkerchief for a farm. Skip along and find it for me, son. I'll wait for you here. Don't hurry." "I'll be back in a pig's whisper," his son replied, and started briskly up the trail, while his father leaned against a madrone tree and smiled his prescient little smile. Bryce's brisk step on the thick carpet of withered brown twigs aroused Shirley from her reverie. When she looked up, he was standing in the center of the little amphitheater gazing at her. "You! She stammered, and rose as if to flee from him. "The governor sent me back to look for his handkerchief, Shirley," he explained. "He didn't tell me you were here. Guess he didn't hear you." He advanced smilingly toward her. "I'm tremendously glad to see you today, Shirley," he said, and paused beside her. "Fate has been singularly kind to me. Indeed, I've been pondering all day as to just how I was to arrange a private and confidential little chat with you, without calling upon you at your uncle's house." "I don't feel like chatting today," she answered a little drearily, and then he noted her wet lashes. Instantly he was on one knee beside her. With the amazing confidence that had always distinguished him in her eyes, his big left arm went around her. And when her hands went to her face, he drew them gently away. "I've waited too long, sweetheart," he murmured. "Thank God, I can tell you at last all the things that have been accumulating in my heart. I love you, Shirley. I've loved you from that first day we met at the station, and all these months of strife and repression have merely served to make me love you the more. Perhaps you have been all the dearer to me because you seemed so hopelessly unattainable." He drew her head down on his breast. His great hand patted her hot cheek. His honest brown eyes gazed earnestly, wistfully into hers. "I love you," he whispered. "All that I have, all that I am, all that I hope to be, I offer to you, Shirley Sumner, and in the shrine of my heart I shall hold you sacred while life shall last. You are not indifferent to me, dear. I know you're not. But tell me, answer me." Her violet eyes were uplifted to his, and in them he read the answer to his cry. "Ah, may I?" he murmured, and kissed her. "Oh, my dear, impulsive, gentle, big sweetheart," she whispered, and then her arms went around his neck, and the fullness of her happiness found vent in tears he did not seek to have her repress. In the safe haven of his arms she rested, and there, quite without effort or distress, she managed to convey to him something more than an inkling of the thoughts that were wont to come to her whenever they met. "Oh, my love," he cried happily. "I hadn't dared dream of such happiness until today. You were so unattainable, the obstacles between us were so many and so great—" "Why today, Bryce?" she interrupted him. He took her adorable little nose in his great thumb and forefinger and tweaked it gently. "The light began to dawn yesterday, my dear little enemy, following an interesting half hour which I put in with His Honor the Mayor. Acting upon suspicion only, I told Poundstone I was prepared to send him to the rock pile if he didn't behave himself in the matter of my permanent franchise for the N.C.O., and the oily old invertebrate wept and promised me anything if I wouldn't disgrace him. So I promised I wouldn't do anything until the franchise matter should be definitely settled. After which I returned to my office, to find awaiting me there no less a person than the right-of-way man for the Northwestern Pacific. He was a perfectly delightful young fellow, and he had a proposition to unfold. It seems the Northwestern Pacific has decided to build up from Willits, and all that powwow and publicity of Buck Ogilvy's about the N.C.O. was in all probability the very thing that spurred them to action. They figured the C.M. and St. P. was back of the N.C.O., that it was to be the first link of a chain of coast roads to be connected ultimately with the terminus of the C.M. and St. P. on Gray's Harbor, Washington, and if the N.C.O. should be built, it meant that a rival road would get the edge on them in the matter of every stick of Humboldt and Del Norte redwood, and they'd be left holding the sack."
Why did they think that, dear?
"That amazing rascal Buck Ogilvy used to be a C.M. and St. P. man, and told me that the money had been deposited in escrow there awaiting formal deed. That money puts the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company in the clear. No receivership for us now, my dear one. And I'm going right ahead with the building of the N.C.O., while our holdings down on the San Hedrin double in value, for the reason that within 3 years they will be accessible and can be logged over the rails of the Northwestern Pacific."
"Bryce," Shirley declared, "haven't I always told you I'd never permit you to build the N.C.O.?"
"Of course," he replied. "But surely you're going to withdraw your objections now."
"I am not. You must choose between the N.C.O. and me," and she met his surprised gaze unflinchingly. "Shirley! You don't mean it?" "I do mean it. I have always meant it. I love you, dear, but for all that you must not build that road." He stood up and towered above her sternly. "I must build it, Shirley. I've contracted to do it, and I must keep faith with Gregory of the Trinidad Timber Company. He's putting up the money, and I'm to do the work and operate the line. I can't go back on him now." "Not for my sake?" she pleaded. He shook his head. "I must go on," he reiterated. "Do you realize what that resolution means to us?" The girl's tones were grave, her glance graver. "I realize what it means to me." She came closer to him. Suddenly the blaze in her violet eyes gave way to one of mirth. "Oh, you dear big booby!" she cried. "I was just testing you." And she clung to him, laughing. "You always beat me down. You always win. Bryce, dear, I'm the Laguna Grande Lumber Company, at least I will be tomorrow, and I repeat for the last time that you shall not build the N.C.O. Because I'm going to. Oh, dear, I shall die laughing at you, because I'm going to merge with the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company, and then my railroad shall be your railroad, and we'll extend it, and haul Gregory's logs to tidewater for him also. And, silly, didn't I tell you you'd never build the N.C.O.?" "God bless my mildewed soul," he murmured, and drew her to him. In the gathering dusk they walked down the trail. Beside the madrone tree John Cardigan waited patiently.
"Well," he queried, when they joined him, "did you find my handkerchief for me, son?" "I didn't find your handkerchief, John Cardigan," Bryce answered. "But I did find what I suspect you sent me back for. And that is a perfectly wonderful daughter in law for you." John Cardigan smiled and held out his arms for her. "This," he said, "is the happiest day that I have known since my boy was born." Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 39. Colonel Seth Pennington was thoroughly crushed. Look which way he would, the bedeviled old rascal could find no loophole for escape. "You win, Cardigan," he muttered desperately as he sat in his office after Shirley had left him. "You've had more than a shade in every round thus far, and at the finish you've landed a clean knockout. If I had to fight any man but you—" He sighed resignedly and pressed the push button on his desk. Sexton entered. "Sexton," he said bluntly and with a slight quiver in his voice, "my niece and I have had a disagreement. We have quarreled over young Cardigan. She's going to marry him. Now, our affairs are somewhat involved, and in order to straighten them out, we spun a coin to see whether she should sell her stock in Laguna Grande to me, or whether I should sell mine to her. And I lost. The book valuation of the stock at the close of last year's business, plus 10%, will determine the selling price. And I shall resign as president. You will, in all probability, be retained to manage the company until it is merged with the Cardigan Redwood Lumber Company, when, I imagine, you will be given ample notice to seek a new job elsewhere. Call Miss Sumner's attorney, Judge Moore, on the telephone and ask him to come to the office at 9 o'clock tomorrow, when the papers can be drawn up and signed. That is all." The Colonel did not return to his home in Redwood Boulevard that night. He had no appetite for dinner and sat brooding in his office until very late. Then he went to the Hotel Sequoia and engaged a room. He did not possess sufficient courage to face his niece again. At 4 o'clock the next day, the Colonel, his baggage, his automobile, his chauffeur, and the solemn butler, James, boarded the passenger steamer for San Francisco, and at 4:30 sailed out of Humboldt Bay over the thundering bar and on into the south. The Colonel was still a rich man, but his dream of a redwood empire had faded, and once more he was taking up the search for cheap timber. Whether he ever found it or not is a matter that does not concern us. At a moment when young Henry Poundstone's dream of legal opulence was fading, when Mayor Poundstone's hopes for domestic peace had been shattered beyond repair, the while his cheap political aspirations had been equally devastated because of a certain damnable document in the possession of Bryce Cardigan, many events of importance were transpiring. On the veranda of his old-fashioned home, John Cardigan sat tapping the floor with his stick and dreaming dreams which, for the first time in many years, were rose-tinted. Beside him Shirley sat, her glance bent musingly out across the roofs of Sequoia and on to the bay shore, where the smoke and exhaust steam floated up from two sawmills, her own and Bryce Cardigan's. To her came at regularly spaced intervals the faint whining of the saws and the rumble of log trains crawling out on the log dumps. High over the piles of bright, freshly sawed lumber, she caught from time to time the flash of white spray as the great logs tossed from the trucks hurtled down the skids and crashed into the bay. At the docks of both mills vessels were loading, their tall spars cutting the skyline above and beyond the smokestacks. Far down the bay a steam schooner, loaded until her main deck was almost flush with the water, was putting out to sea, and Shirley heard the faint echo of her siren as she whistled her intention to pass to starboard of a windjammer inward bound in tow of a Cardigan tug. "It's wonderful," she said presently, apropos of nothing. "Aye," he replied in his deep melodious voice. "I've been sitting here, my dear, listening to your thoughts. You know something now of the tie that binds my boy to Sequoia. This," he waved his arm abroad in the darkness, "this is the true essence of life. To create, to develop the gifts that God has given us, to work and know the blessing of weariness, to have dreams and see them come true. That is life, and I have lived, and now I am ready to rest." He smiled wistfully. "The king is dead. Long live the king. I wonder if you, raised as you have been, can face life in Sequoia resolutely with my son. It is a dull, drab sawmill town, where life unfolds gradually without thrill, where the years stretch ahead of one with only trees, among simple folk. The life may be hard on you, Shirley. One has to acquire a taste for it, you know." "I have known the lilt of battle, John partner," she answered. "Hence I think I can enjoy the sweets of victory. I am content." "And what a run you did give that boy Bryce!" She laughed softly. "I wanted him to fight. I had a great curiosity to see the stuff that was in him," she explained. Chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Valley of the Giants. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne. Chapter 40. Next day Bryce Cardigan, riding the top log on the end truck of a long train just in from Cardigan's Woods in Township 9, dropped from the end of the log as the train crawled through the mill yard on its way to the log dump. He hailed Buck Ogilvy, where the latter stood in the door of the office. "Big doings up on Little Laurel Creek this morning, Buck." "Do tell," Mr. Ogilvy murmured morosely. "It was great," Bryce continued. "Old Duncan McTavish returned. I knew he would. His year on the mourner's bench expired yesterday, and he came back to claim his old job of woods boss." "He's 1 year too late," Ogilvy declared. "I wouldn't let that big Canadian Jules Rondeau quit for a farm. Some woods boss, that, and his first job with this company was the dirtiest you could hand him. Smearing grease on the skid road at $1.50 a day and found. He's made too good to lose out now. I don't care what his private morals may be. He can get out the logs, hang his rascally hide, and I'm for him." "I'm afraid you haven't anything to say about it, Buck," Bryce replied dryly. "I haven't, huh? Well, any time you deny me the privilege of hiring and firing, you're going to be out at the service of a rattling good general manager, my son. Yes, sir. If you hold me responsible for results, I must select the tools I want to work with." "Oh, very well," Bryce laughed. "Have it your own way. Only if you can drive Duncan McTavish out of Cardigan's Woods, I'd like to see you do it. Possession is 9 points of the law, Buck, and old Duncan is in possession." "What do you mean, in possession?" "I mean that at 10 o'clock this morning Duncan McTavish appeared at our log landing. The whiskey fat was all gone from him, and he appeared 40 years old instead of the 60 he is. With a whoop he came jumping over the logs, straight for Jules Rondeau. The big Canuck saw him coming and knew what his visit portended. So he wasn't taken unawares. It was a case of fight for his job, and Rondeau fought." "The devil, you say?" "I do, and there was the devil to pay. It was a rough and tumble and no grips barred, just the kind of fight Rondeau likes. Nevertheless, old Duncan floored him. While he's been away somebody taught him the hammerlock and the crotch hold and a few more fancy ones, and he got to work on Rondeau in a hurry. In fact, he had to, for if the tussle had gone over 5 minutes, Rondeau's youth would have decided the issue." "And Rondeau was whipped?" "To a whisper. Mac floored him, climbed him, and choked him until he beat the ground with his free hand in token of surrender, whereupon old Duncan let him up, and Rondeau went to his shanty and packed his turkey. The last I saw of him he was headed over the hill to Camp 2 on Laguna Grande. He'll probably chase that assistant woods boss I hired after the consolidation out of Shirley's woods and help himself to the fellow's job. I don't care if he does. What interests me is the fact that the old Cardigan woods boss is back on the job in Cardigan's woods, and I'm mighty glad of it. The old horse thief has had his lesson and will remain sober hereafter. I think he's cured." "The infamous old outlaw!" "Mac knows the San Hedrin as I know my own pocket. He'll be a tower of strength when we open up that tract after the railroad builds in. By the way, has my dad been down this morning?" "Yes. Moira read the mail to him and then took him up to the Valley of the Giants. He said he wanted to do a little quiet figuring on that new steam schooner you're thinking of building. He thinks she ought to be bigger, big enough to carry 2,000,000 feet." Bryce glanced at his watch. "It's half after 11," he said. "Guess I'll run up to the Giants and bring him home to luncheon." He stepped into the Napier standing outside the office and drove away. Buck Ogilvy waited until Bryce was out of sight. Then, with sudden determination, he entered the office. "Moira," he said abruptly, approaching the desk where she worked, "your dad is back, and what's more, Bryce Cardigan has let him have his old job as woods boss. And I'm here to announce that you're not going back to the woods to keep house for him. Understand? Now, look here, Moira. I've shilly-shallied around you for months, protesting my love, and I haven't gotten anywhere. Today I'm going to ask you for the last time. Will you marry me? I need you worse than that rascal of a father of yours does, and I tell you I'll not have you go back to the woods to take care of him. Come now, Moira, do give me a definite answer." "I'm afraid I don't love you well enough to marry you, Mr. Ogilvy," Moira pleaded. "I'm truly fond of you, but—" "The last boat's gone," cried Mr. Ogilvy desperately. "I'm answered. Well, I'll not stick around here much longer, Moira. I realize I must be a nuisance, but I can't help being a nuisance when you're near me. So I'll quit my good job here and go back to my old game of railroading." "Oh, you wouldn't quit a $10,000 job!" Moira cried, aghast. "I'd quit $1,000,000 job. I'm desperate enough to go over to the mill and pick a fight with the big bandsaw. I'm going away where I can't see you. Your eyes are driving me crazy." "But I don't want you to go, Mr. Ogilvy." "Call me Buck," he commanded sharply. "I don't want you to go, Buck," she repeated meekly. "I shall feel guilty, driving you out of a fine position." "Then marry me, and I'll stay." "But suppose I don't love you the way you deserve—" "Suppose, suppose!" Buck Ogilvy cried. You're no longer certain of yourself. How dare you deny your love for me? Huh? Moira, I'll risk it." Her eyes turned to him timidly, and for the first time he saw in their smoky depths a lambent flame. "I don't know," she quavered. "And it's a big responsibility in case—" "Oh, the devil takes the case!" he cried rapturously, and took her hands in his. "Do I improve with age, dear Moira?" he asked with boyish eagerness. Then, before she could answer, he swept on, a tornado of love and pleading. And presently Moira was in his arms. He was kissing her, and she was crying softly because, well, she admired Mr. Buck Ogilvy. More, she respected him and was genuinely fond of him. She wondered, and as she wondered, a quiet joy thrilled her in the knowledge that it did not seem at all impossible for her to grow, in time, absurdly fond of this wholesome red rascal. "Oh, Buck, dear," she whispered, "I don't know. I'm sure, but perhaps I've loved you a little bit for a long time." "I'm perfectly wild over you. You're the most wonderful woman I ever heard of. Old rosy cheeks," and he pinched them just to see the color come and go. John Cardigan was seated in his lumberjack's easy chair as his son approached. His hat lay in the litter of brown twigs beside him. His chin was sunk on his breast, and his head was held a little to one side in a listening attitude. A vagrant little breeze rustled gently a lock of his fine, long, white hair. Bryce stooped over the old man and shook him gently by the shoulder. "Wake up, partner," he called cheerfully. But John Cardigan did not wake, and again his son shook him. Still receiving no response, Bryce lifted the leonine old head and gazed into his father's face. "John Cardigan," he cried sharply, "wake up, old pal!" The old eyes opened, and John Cardigan smiled up at his boy. "Good son," he whispered. "Good son." He closed his sightless eyes again, as if the mere effort of holding them open wearied him. "I've been sitting here, waiting," he went on in the same gentle whisper. "No, not waiting for you, boy. Waiting." His head fell over on his son's shoulder. His hand went groping for Bryce's. "Listen," he continued. "Can't you hear it? The silence? I'll wait for you here, my son. Mother and I will wait together now, in this spot she fancied. I'm tired. I want rest. Look after old Mac and Moira, and Bill Dandy, who lost his leg at Camp 7 last fall, and Tom Ellington's children, and all the others, son. You know, Bryce. They're your responsibilities. Sorry I can't wait to see the San Hedrin opened up, but I've lived my life and loved my love. Ah, yes, I've been happy, so happy just doing things, and dreaming here among my giants, and—" He sighed gently. "Good son," he whispered again. His big body relaxed, and the great heart of the Argonaut was still. Bryce held him until the realization came to him that his father was no more, that like a watch, the winding of which has been neglected, he had gradually slowed up and stopped. "Good by, old John partner," he murmured. "You've escaped into the light at last. We'll go home together now, but we'll come back again." And with his father's body in his strong arms he departed from the little amphitheater, walking lightly with his heavy burden down the old skid road to the waiting automobile. And 2 days later John Cardigan returned to rest forever, with his lost mate among the giants, himself at last an infinitesimal portion of that tremendous silence that is the diapason of the ages. When the funeral was over, Shirley and Bryce lingered until they found themselves alone beside the freshly turned earth. Through a rift in the great branches 200 feet above, a patch of cerulean sky showed faintly. The sunlight fell like a broad golden shaft over the blossom-laden grave, and from the brown trunk of an adjacent tree a gray squirrel, a descendant, perhaps, of the gray squirrel that had been wont to rob Bryce's pockets of pine nuts 20 years before, chirped at them inquiringly. "He was a giant among men," said Bryce presently. "What a fitting place for him to lie." He passed his arm around his wife's shoulders and drew her to him. "You made it possible, sweetheart." She gazed up at him in adoration. And presently they left the Valley of the Giants to face the world together, strong in their faith to live their lives and love their loves, to dream their dreams, and perchance, when life should be done with and the hour of rest at hand, to surrender, sustained and comforted by the knowledge that those dreams had come true. The End. End of chapter 40. Recording by Roger Moline. End of The Valley of the Giants by Peter B. Kyne.